Yo and hello, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, where am I? There I am. Yo and hello, welcome to the show, ladies and gentle dudes. We are going to start off today with some MGS. God, every time I start this freaking program, do you want to update? Okay, I guess. I don't really, but fucking every time. But fucking chat. La da 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 ba da 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 ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh god. Let's see. We go Zadornov.
Snake.
We go briefing files.
By the way, Kaz, who do you think's our queen bee?
Good question. I was thinking maybe Poss.
I was thinking Strangelove.
Well, I can see that. Or maybe Cecile.
On second thought, I might go with Amanda.
How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees.
Sure. Why not?
Really? That's it? Okay. Cool.
Remember why we created MSF, Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. You know, Snake, you're right. As long as we're soldiers without borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different conflicts as we roam the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads, wanderers. What we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
We're the real Peace Walkers.
Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What about pause?
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Then again, maybe we shouldn't.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society. But between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general, reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile. And that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
By mistake? I don't know. You have to go through some security steps to launch a nuke. Seems like a pretty hard mistake to make.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
What a trail! Goddamn, okay, we have a decent amount of stuff to go through.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
You could, you could! Costa Rica's abolition. Why does that sound so weird coming out of my mouth? Abolition of its army.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, And in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here, they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently, some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
La CIA.
Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of human is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold, digital data, where feelings are irrelevant.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about that, Eva, cough, cough. Granada.
Snake, you got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean?
He gave the press a bunch of photos. Says they prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the Chrysalis.
Kaz, this is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of a country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think that's true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
But Grenada's right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
Gary! Gary in Grenada! Che Guevara.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, Your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Growed.
Got it.
It's so friggin' growed, my guy.
Hey, Snake, I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind a loving family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, boss, you're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero. Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not
I
serious,
shit
are
on
you,
my
boss?
enemies.
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Yeah, you better, cause. You better.
What's wrong, Kaz? You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of mate with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Oh, man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one.
You're not a snake. You're a guy. Che's visit to Hiroshima.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Huh. Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the atomic bomb survivors' hospital. Apparently, it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
Scarf. Why do you wear a scarf?
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me.
Yeah, that's all, cause. Don't look into this. I don't have special people. I have special education.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Yeah, but you look at how far Japan has come. It's fucking nutty.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
Japan does make some pretty good stuff.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the US Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Interesting.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, cuz.
Easy company.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching, He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me 2 things. The name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere. And I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war, but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
I can't remember. Miller becomes Zero, doesn't he? Maybe not.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are, fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? your enemy after I tried to kill you?
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take as a warrior.
Wow, I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Just the two of us. You and I.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, leave a porn magazine for them to find and then knock them the fuck out.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time.
Whoa. We will.
You can
Fulton's
steal items
working
from soldiers by
buildings.
putting them to sleep or knocking them out and then doing a body check. Get close to the unconscious soldier and press the action button when you see the icon. Or you can sneak up on them from behind and do a holdup. It also works if the soldier's near death. Keep in mind though, if you wait too long, you'll have a dead soldier instead of a dying one. And you can't do a body check if you're holding the Fulton recovery device either. So don't try.
Okay, cause I won't try.
Don't carry any more gear than you need. If you try and stuff your entire arsenal into your backpack, it'll be too heavy and your mobility will be impaired. You'll only be hurting yourself.
I know. Take only what you need. Every rookie knows that.
You can check the weight of your gear before heading out. So make sure you do.
Got it.
Even a born warrior like you gets hand tremors, Snake. It happens even when you're full of stamina, and it only gets worse when you're tired, especially with larger, heavier weapons. Obviously, you'll get better aim crouching than you will standing. And when you use a scope, setting your sights on a single point will gradually give you a more precise aim. As we develop better weapons at Mother Base, though, you may gain access to new, low-tremor versions of the same guns. So if you expect the shakes to be a problem, you might want to put some resources into R&D.
I'll keep it in mind. Then again, the more you use a weapon, the more your hands get used to it. Sometimes it pays to be faithful to your gun.
Yeah, I only kiss this friggin' hush puppy.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
I'll pick the one that's the quietest, cause...
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle
No!
combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number of weapons. Your standard uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary a lot, depending on the area. Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your surroundings, and your camo index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
Chocolate chip, huh?
The sneaking suit is a specialized uniform for stealth missions. It provides excellent camo in any stage. Even better, you won't make a sound when you walk.
Ooh, so I won't need to tiptoe all the time.
And to top it off, it also makes your wounds heal faster. The fabric exerts just the right amount of pressure on your body to help stop bleeding.
Huh. Not a bad little trick.
The battle dress uniform is the opposite of the sneaking suit, in that it's specialized for combat. It lets you carry plenty of weapons and ammo, and provides excellent protection. Not the best choice for sneaking, but if you feel like playing one-man army, this is the uniform of choice.
Looks pretty damn heavy.
It is. You won't be able to move as fast with it on, meaning it's not good for running away either. Keep that in mind.
Okay, duly noted.
Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for her. Showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
You're totally whipping your schlong while you did that Halo chip? Shit. Is that why they call your son Solid Snake? Jeez. There's a lot in that.
Cooperative operations, or co-ops for short, is the term for taking on missions in teams of 2 or more. The basic co-ops unit is a 2-man cell.
Even a single teammate is great to have in enemy territory.
And there are actually quite a few things you can't do by yourself. You can help each other climb walls, divide up mission roles. On the other hand, if one of you is spotted, the other one's screwed too. And it's kind of tough for 2 people to hide in one small space.
Good point. But what's more important than anything is how close you are to your comrades.
Well said. Working as a 2-man cell can make the mission easier or harder, depending on how well you work together. It's also good to note that if you've got a clear, specific objective, it can be to your advantage to use an even bigger team. That said, teams of 3 or more run a much greater risk of being spotted.
Yeah. In a sneaking mission, the fewer people you have, the easier it is to get around.
In co-ops, you can trade weapons and
What?
equipment with your teammates.
Oh, I guess you
also
can
display your
drop
teammates'
things.
inventories from your weapon or equipment menu. Ammo is shared too, of course.
Ammo, sure. How about life? That also shared?
Yep. You all sink or swim together. Your teammate dies, you die. You need to be within a certain distance of each other to swap items.
Yeah, I know. I've been in this business so long I can virtually see that distance. Looks kind of like a ring in my head.
That's why you're the boss. Okay, we'll call it the co-op ring. And entering the ring will be called going co-op in.
Co-op in. Co-op out.
Another thing. During a mission, you can assume what we'll call the snake formation. Same as your code name, but probably not standard operating procedure for a guy who specializes in going solo.
Damn right. There's only room for one snake.
In co-ops, though, it's a highly effective formation. The signal for snake formation is to tap your teammate on the shoulder.
Can't form up until you're close enough to reach out and touch someone.
Entering snake formation is called going snake in. When you're snake in, the soldier at the front of the line controls movement. The soldiers in back focus on scouting and attack.
Oh my god, I never even thought about that. You could have, like, a 4-man snake?
Just because your heart stops doesn't mean you're dead immediately.
Right. The heart just circulates blood through the body. But stopping it does cut oxygen supply to the brain. You'll be dead soon after.
Which is why we have CPR. Let's say your heart does stop. If someone performs CPR before your brain cells die, you can recover. In co-ops, when the life gauge drops to 0, it means you're in a near-death state. You won't be able to move or anything else. Performing CPR on near-death teammates can bring them back into action. Of course, performing CPR in the middle of battle isn't exactly safe. You're leaving yourself exposed. Even so, in co-ops, you and your teammates are all in the same boat. Don't think you can get away with leaving
Not
one of
gay
them
to kiss your
behind.
homies in the
I wouldn't think of
battlefield.
it. And I'd expect them to do the same for me.
If you let all your teammates die during a mission, there'll be nobody left to save you.
And then, it's game over.
Building trust with your teammates is essential to success in co-ops.
That goes without saying. I'm not gonna let somebody I can't trust cover my ass.
The measure of that trust is called camaraderie. Think of it as an indicator of how strong your bond is with your co-op's teammates. The friendlier you act toward them, the greater your camaraderie.
Give me an example.
Your camaraderie will be higher if you're co-op in than standing apart. Saving a teammate's life with CPR also strengthens your bonds with them. Things like hitting a teammate with friendly fire will cause your camaraderie to go down.
Makes sense.
Camaraderie carries over from mission to mission. The next time you go co-ops in with the same guy, you'll start off strong. But be careful. If you keep taking new people with you on missions, your camaraderie with past teammates eventually reverts back to its original level.
Got it. I'll have to make sure to renew old friendships once in a while.
The performance benefits gained from snake sync in co-ops depend on your camaraderie. It's always best to keep things cool with your teammates.
So in other words, Jacato and I have great camaraderie?
Stand still when you're snake in, and you and your teammates will start to get in sync.
In
Like
sync.
the band?
That's right. Stay still together and you'll enter snake sync mode. The synergy will give you a boost in performance. You'll move faster, recover faster, and have better camouflage.
In other words, we're at our best when we're in the same groove.
You got it. If you've got a big task ahead, can't hurt to take some time to get in sync. Like I said before, the benefits you get from snake sync depend on your camaraderie.
I hear ya. It's a lot easier knowing you've got someone you know and trust covering your back. Lets you focus that much more on what you have to do.
If camaraderie represents how much your teammates trust you, then heroism shows how high your reputation is.
Heroism.
That's right, heroism. Your reputation affects your ability to recruit new members to MSF. With higher heroism, it won't take as long to convince guys to join our cause and send them back by Fulton recovery.
So, how do I get this heroism thing to go up?
Lots of ways. Complete tough missions, avoid unnecessary bloodshed, and don't get caught by the enemy like a deer in headlights, or you'll never be heroic. Also, getting out there and attacking the enemy in co-ops will boost your reputation among your teammates. Of course, it'll get the enemy gunning right for you, too. But don't sweat it. Be yourself. Be the boss. From where I'm standing, you're plenty heroic already.
Yeah,
Knock it
shut up,
off.
cause. I'm not heroic. Shoot you in the balls.
Seems the R&D team's been busy working on
What?
co-ops only weapons.
Co-ops only.
Like a gun with extreme firepower,
Firepower!
but only when 2 people fire it at once. I hear it's still in the concept stage.
I know some rocket launchers need 2 people to operate, but a co-op's only weapon.
Hey, if they come up with something good, you'll have that much more reason to go co-ops. Why don't you check in and see how they're doing every once in a while? In co-ops, maintaining close communications with your teammates is crucial.
Absolutely. Losing track of each other on the battlefield is a good way for a unit to get itself wiped out.
Enemy positions, orders, distress calls. When communications break down, you get picked off one by one. Now about co-ops comms.
Co-ops comms.
It's a radio system for communicating with co-op's teammates. First, press the Start button to open the menu. Then select Co-op's comms. After that, press one button to choose a category, then another button to select the actual message. So basically, you use different combinations of two buttons to send different messages.
Meow, meow,
Easy enough.
meow.
You can set which messages go with which buttons during mission prep.
Meow, meow.
Sounds like it's gonna be a pain to send messages until I get used to it.
Then why don't you assign Co-op's comms to the Select button? That should make things a little quicker and easier. Just go to Select button under Options.
I'll give it a try.
Shut up, cause. Battle cries and the Kododama effect.
Snake, you familiar with the Japanese word kotodama?
Kind of, yeah. Because of Nikkei.
Kododama.
Unfortunately, there's no direct equivalent in English. But to keep it simple, let's call it a sort of battle cry.
Battle cry, huh?
Right. But kotodama is actually a deep Japanese concept. Koto means word, and dama means spirit. It signifies that words have power that affect our reality.
Are you feeling okay?
I guess I made it sound kind of like mumbo-jumbo, huh? Seriously, though, haven't you ever felt energized when a teammate cheered you on? Or the other way around? Ever had your legs cut out from under you by a thoughtless remark?
Yeah, I know the feeling. Words can have a powerful mental effect on people.
Same goes for co-op's comms. Offering praise to somebody could make them run faster than usual, or make somebody who thinks they're done for get up and fight again. See what I'm saying?
I get the
So then
picture.
saying
So
meow,
it works in
meow,
reverse, too.
meow.
The powers of
will
words are
empower
many
me,
and varied.
right, cause?
Try using them for yourself.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Snake, about cardboard boxes.
My favorite.
It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with the box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet two people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit two people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
I like box. 2 men in a box.
Up to two people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss.
Are you being judgmental, cause?
Snake, the R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for two people. Same as any other cardboard box. Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Kaz. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant!
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Kaz, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it. It's
It's a masterpiece in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
What is that? A tank? I like it.
Puss?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero emissions vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice work, Kaz. I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me?
Yeah, cuz. Can't you see the brilliance of Cardboard Box? Don't you understand?
Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept.
God, they say
Music
it so
you can listen
unnaturally.
to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better. Amanda and her crew tell me they've managed to identify several different categories of mercenaries employed by the CIA.
Give me a rundown. Sounds like info I could use.
No problem. I'll go through them in order. The type of enemy you'll be seeing most is the type that patrols and guards a specific operational area. For the sake of convenience, Amanda's crew calls the outdoor ones patrolmen and the indoor ones guards. They might look like they're just out for a stroll, but don't be fooled. They're sharper than they look. All of their senses are finely honed. Normally, they'll patrol along fixed routes, but when the alert level is raised, they'll assume a more efficient alert posture and focus on defending specific points. That's bad for you. Obviously, they can hold their own in combat, and with body armor, it'll be even harder to take them down. If they're wearing a bulletproof helmet, you can forget about one-shot kills. Just a heads up. You'll need to be smart about using camo and pick your routes. The most important thing is to avoid detection. When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly.
And shoot him in the asshole.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power. We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Huh. Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Ghillie suit soldiers, eh?
Scouts are outfitted with
Bushmen.
camouflage to help them hide. Some of them look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ah, ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before.
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know if they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them.
Squawk, Grandpa! Grandpa!
There are areas out there where enemy soldiers are deployed in multiple layers for extra coverage. More than a few of those will be attacking you from a distance, rooftops and far-off vantage points. Try not to get too distracted by nearby enemies, because you could be leaving yourself wide open to longer-range attacks.
I'll be careful.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with a machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
What if I stink like a gorilla?
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Buddy out there with his little 1911?
We know there are variations in the kinds of gear patrolmen and commandos wear, especially the body armor. Our scouts report that an enemy's defense and firing accuracy are directly proportional to how heavy their gear is.
Those must be the guys with the highest combat skills. They can fight in heavier gear without their performance suffering.
Supposedly, it's pretty easy to tell the difference in gear just by looking. So remember, use extra caution when dealing with enemies wearing heavy gear.
Okay, duly noted, cause. Difference between different weapons.
Enemies will try to fight you from different distances, based on the weapon they've got equipped. When you meet an enemy, get a good look at what they're carrying. It can make or break your chances in battle.
He's carrying a stick.
Enemies carrying handguns and shotguns will try and get in close. That makes them dangerous, but at the same time, easier to hit. Keep your wits about you, and you can turn a threat into an opportunity. Enemies carrying assault rifles and machine guns will usually fire at you from farther away. Use whatever cover you can find, Then return fire with a few well-placed shots of your own. Don't expect enemies carrying sniper rifles or rocket launchers to get up close and personal. They'll be constantly moving from place to place looking for an opening to snipe at you. Tricky bastards. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Go with the sniper rifle. Make sure you stay out of their line of sight, and when they expose themselves, take them down.
Sir, yes, sir. Okay. We've caught up on Cause's file library. Let's do a little mission or two. See if we got anything new. Marksman challenge.
Commencing training mission.
Sure, but not really sure.
Stealth.
Commencing training mission.
Let's do it.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal. You did it. Keep
I never
up.
checked to see. If there was any other things in there. Oh my god. Internet's going fucky. Okay, and we're back to green. Let's try that one more time. I could probably get an S rank on that.
Commence.
Although, I do want to see if there's anything that I missed. So first, we'll go around and we'll see if there's any additional loose items.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
see nothing. Nothing over there.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Okay, nothing over there. Okay.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be
I will
thrilled.
do that one more time, but for real, for real.
Snake,
The doorknob disappeared again. What do I pay you for, cuz? What do I fucking pay you for, bro?
commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to build.
Okay, for now, put the M16 there. And now we just freaking whipping Nene.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Come on, get up here. Ah, fuck.
Okay, you're done with that area.
Okay.
Mission complete. The folks back at
Surely an
Mother Base will
S
be
on
thrilled.
that. Surely. Can you just not S rank these? I feel like I couldn't have really cleared it much faster. I missed like 2 headshots.
Let's get this mission started.
See if I can get away with this.
I heard gunfire! Here he is!
Ah. Here he is.
Somebody there?
What's this guy doing with his banana?
I heard gunfire!
His banana.
We're under attack! Going to alert status!
Understood. Maintain heightened alert.
Ah!
Did you like my box? You get your very own when you get fucking recruited. Wait, we can't?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
We can't take these dudes?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Dag, brother. Only one target to rule them all, eh?
That area is not
Is it
part of the
Banana
mission.
Boy George that I'm here for?
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Banana Boy.
Mission complete. Great job.
I do the best. Will that be considered an S? Without being spotted. Noish. Without killing anyone. Noish. Okay, yeah, we'll head back to the base. Fuck you, Trout. Ooh, nice. Rank 5. Ooh, nice. The Walkman, I hear, is pretty friggin' good. I've never seen that message before.
You're fired. You're fired.
My teams have returned. Oh, fuck. We've got Hornet. We've got Bullfinch. But what about Bull and Finch? Okay, that's pretty significant unit we're staring down, but we should be able to handle it, no prob. Send out these guys. This is an A+. And our heli is in hellish condition. Okay, we're gonna just take that straight out. Should still be good enough, though. I could put another unit in here. Might as well take a peek at the recruits, see if there's anybody worth picking up.
Huh. Looks like...
Don't worry, cause I got this. You said don't... beat them up. Yeah, okay. Don't kill them. Okay.
Reporting for duty.
Impressive.
Okay, one got one hit knocked out. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, they all seem like they're bad combat units. Maybe they're better at other things. Okay. 50% of outer ops? Interesting. So we're only halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer.
Huh. Looks
Take
like...
my pants, I'm not naked, I swear. Whoa!
Reporting for duty. This is more like it.
You're more like it.
Impressive. These guys are for real. One more time.
Okay. One more time? Wow, you're a strong fella. Whoa, 5.
You win this one.
You're a real one. He's probably getting recruited, Chet. Man can take a beating. Whoa! His ass looks like a pear. Ah.
Reporting for duty.
Got a lot of people here today. Be a real shame if I were to kick all your asses, wouldn't it?
Now this is CQC. This is more
This
like
is pod racing.
Come on, give it to me.
consecutive.
I give up.
Yeah, you better give up. You fucking better, dude. Whoa! Anybody else? Anybody else hear about MSF? Men slapping fuckers? I meant to continue to see if we could recruit more. We're here. Okay. But I still got Final Fantasy syndrome, so I keep hitting fucking circle. Oh, these are combatants. I don't know if he'll make it. He definitely won't. Maybe. He's going, he's going, he's going, he's going. I don't think we need him. Maybe. Maybe he'll make it on the mess team.
You're fired.
I think this might be the guy. He might not be making it on the mess team. Bye-bye!
You're fired.
Sorry, Braja. It just be like that. The job spots are competitive. And sometimes I just gotta throw you in the ocean. Almost got our level 4 Moisen Nagant. Aerial mine, I'm assuming is what this is. Sure, let's dev it. Let's dev this AT mine. The M10 suppressed. We'll do that just for the shits and giggles. And then, frigate, we'll develop this all out as well. We'll develop what we can develop. We've gone broke. Ah! Target demolition?
Let's get this mission started.
I need to demo. Well, we don't need chaff right now, so let's swap that for C4.
Destroy all enemy supplies with your C4.
Freeze.
Have a fun trip.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Great ass.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I think I see someone. Enemies close by.
Reg. I'll be honest, didn't even know there was a friggin' tower up there.
Destroy all enemy supplies with your C4.
Freeze.
Safe journey.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Last time I touched your butt for me, that one was all for me.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I missed.
Freeze.
Save travels.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Claymore design specs, eh?
over to the goal.
Where's the goal? Seriously, where is the goal? Couldn't leave those Doritos behind.
I knew you
Imagine.
could do it. Piece of cake, right?
Imagine they're like, oh, those were Dave's Doritos. Dave would never leave his Doritos just laying there. Something happened. Okay, we can S rank that. Guaranteed, chat. Guaranteed.
Let's get this.
Watch me, chat. Whip the nene. Matanana.
Destroy all enemy supplies with your C4.
Freeze.
Maybe I shouldn't go for the blood pets.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Good luck, have fries.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Welcome to the Mother Base. I'll see you when you get there.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Yes. Now get over to the goal.
Remember, chat, cool guys don't look at the explosion.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Easy, chat. Easy. How could I see what ranks I've gotten for missions? Is it easy? Is it something I can easily do? This doesn't tell me right off the bat.
Let's get this mission.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me mission details. Okay, we can check. Okay. Eliminate enemy soldiers, but that's 2-man. Classified document retrieval. Hold up. Base defense, POW defense. One shot. Defeat all enemy soldiers and unmanned weapons. M16A1. Other weapons are not allowed.
Let's get this mission started.
So we literally have to use an M16. Not even like... Not even my hush puppy is allowed? Not even my hush puppy.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
Oh, this is what they mean by one shot? That I literally only have one bullet?
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
Pretty close, but I need to be better. So one needs to go down while it's closer to the other barrel. I see. So we do want to...
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
We gotta almost wait for, like... I'll have to watch how they move. They move almost somewhat on time.
Neutralize that
That one
security
goes
detail.
way
All of
further
them.
out. See, that would be a prime opportunity if that guy were there. Ah!
An explosion?
Maybe if I had been a little bit closer with that, or a little earlier.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
I know there's a way to go first person, isn't there?
An explosion?
Out of ammo, huh? Abort mission. Come on back.
This one is certainly a little bit more difficult. Alright, let's wait it out a little bit longer and see if we get a better opportunity. It's all about patience.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
Ah, shit.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them. recovery zone. I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
One shot, 5 kills. My first time killing a man on the battlefield. Oh, terrible, terrible stuff. Oh, shit. I guess we might want to go back over to the base. Date with pals, but we're missing, like, 11 things in between that, so that's interesting. Why does Gull look so mad? Okay, nice. There's my Moisen de Gaunt. I don't think any of those dudes are actually going to make it on R&D, but we'll see. Oh, the Carl Gustav M2 sleeping gas. And intel. Isn't this the guy we just got? Dag. Drops back down to 63.
You're fired. You're fired.
Alpha team has returned. We know they did good. Except for this guy who got wounded. Oh no, not Zebra. Oh no, we lost a T-72? Okay, that's actually a bit of a problem. That is not Sigourney. We're gonna do these B pluses for now. We'll get coelacanth out there. And we'll put Wasp out there. I don't know if I want to risk this tank. This is 100% at the moment. shit, dog. I think for the sake of this battle, we'll give some of my tech some time to... Oh, that's a huge difference, eh? But let me see if we put a combat unit in here. It's crazy that they're only on par. We have 2 vehicles in this team and they're on par. That's kind of nuts. We're definitely going to need to start recruiting some more vehicles again. A 1911 A1. Frigate, I guess we'll craft it. Don't worry, Paws. I've got a great time planned out for us. You're gonna love this.
How's Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov, but she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day. Even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
Okay, I'll take her to the beach. I got a really great box. I'm sure she'll love it. Yay, Paws. I brought my box to work. I am assuming you wouldn't like it if I CQC'd you.
What?
Would you like to come in my box?
One more? Over already?
You don't get too much time in my box. It's not allowed. What do we gotta do to get a higher rank than a C? Chat, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Okay, I don't remember if I already have the tuxedo. We gotta show her our best. Yar.
How's past?
I feel like if I had it, it would have been up there. Oh, there it is.
Tuxedo.
Hmm. I'm sure Paz doesn't want me to say the best ones die young. Okay, let me see what the 16 positive. Okay, impressive. Okay, so impressive is equipped, but here.
Impressive.
Good to have you.
Good to have you.
Thanks. We need thanks.
Thanks.
Good luck. Good news, everyone. I feel like good work would probably also be one. So not good work? Okay, well then let's find peace. Do I not have peace yet? Okay, I know box time is one.
Box time.
I would be surprised if I don't have peace. It's not over yet. I knew you had it in you.
I knew you had it in you.
Surely you're pretty good. Yeah, you're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
I feel the power within me. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem like it'll do the trick. That's good stuff. What about this? What about that's good stuff? Surprised good work isn't one, apparently. Surely impressive is one, right? Good is one. Apparently, sorry, I just will also
Sorry,
work.
I just...
I would also be surprised if nice one isn't one. I'm gonna go nice one, just cause. I like it. We're definitely going. I like it. Not bad. Surely not bad. Right. No, kept you waiting, huh?
Kept you waiting, huh?
Box time! Where is box time? Oh, okay, we do have that over there. Going all in. Loyal to the end. Okay, there's peace.
Peace.
We don't need thanks twice. Oh, get inside.
Get inside.
I'm counting on you, won't count. Okay. Should be more than 10, so I want meow, 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 meow. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so... Yeah, that should be enough. Alright, pause. I'm coming to show you the best day ever. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Okay, apparently you gotta wait until she's back in her, like, typical...
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Okay, she loves that.
Thanks.
Yeah!
Box time!
Box time.
Yeah!
She loves box time.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Get away!
Good to have you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Box time.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's 8.
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
I knew you had it in you.
Wait, really?
I knew you had it in you.
Thanks. Peace.
You're pretty good.
Really? Oh, I am so happy.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Okay, that's 16.
Nice one.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I am so happy.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Okay, she should like all that. Box time?
Room for one more?
Box time, baby!
I feel a little awkward.
It's because we're in a box. We should have found a better place than a box. There we go! Paws loved that. New uniform developed. Amanda. Wait, what? What does that even mean, chat? Am I going to wear Amanda's pants? Clip Springer. What the fuck even is that? New combat boy for the boys. Another new combat boy for the boys. I doubt he will actually end up making either of the teams, but I guess he can try out.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
I just realized we got huge friggin' money from doing that, too. Analyzer, the shield, even though we'll probably never use the shield, but whatever. At this point, it's just about friggin' finishing development on everything, might as well. The old Tommy gun. Well, not a bad choice, honestly. Why not? Why not? Okay, let's see. Hopefully everybody returned back from this alive. Nobody even got hit. B+. Okay, let's send them out. Okay. Back to the Rigoroni room.
Snake.
He did it again, Snake. Okay, let's see how unruly this ends up getting.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished.
Oops.
A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Ah, peace be with you, child.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school, but Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a university for peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
Sure.
Professor Galvez was a KGB spy?
Yes.
I thought he helped me out of genuine concern for Costa Rica's future.
You didn't know.
How could I? Believe me, Snake. He introduced himself as a peace researcher at the university. He had an office and credentials and everything.
They're masters at creating cover personas. They think of everything. ID papers, jobs, sometimes even families. Don't feel bad you didn't see through it.
But you did?
From the first time we met.
I wish you had told me.
Sorry. I didn't know if it'd be right. You might have gotten mixed up in things you shouldn't.
That is impressive, though. Sizing him up at a single glance.
He reeked.
Reeked?
He had this unmistakable air about him. The air of someone who's been given a mission and will see it through no matter what. Like me. I could just smell it.
That is amazing, Snake.
I'm just kidding. It was his prosthetic hand. Why would a professor from a peace university need a tool for assassination?
Ah! I was just joking. He didn't stink. He smelled like your typical Russian guy.
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
God, I knew nothing about coffee at 16.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Interesting.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard.
Being too smart isn't good.
What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is
Where
that
I
so?
wear no
My
pants.
grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
I...
Sorry, but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Yeah, Peace Walker, more like.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
Wow. Do you hear me, Snake?
Areas with
I
a distinct dry
have
season,
to
like
thank
the
you.
Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuya. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho, a Palladius morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho.
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
Yeah. Why was there butterflies inside?
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species
How
in
do
the
they
world.
taste?
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that
Paramedic?
again.
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
No, you're weird.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Odubor was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using Codessa as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Quick, tell me about yourself in great detail. Let's hear everything from all the way back when your grandparents died.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes, they died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
Oh, gun! You having a laugh?
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all. I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now, there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a
Is
plan.
she actually already on a team?
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
You did it, kid. Eastern Limon. Du Limon. That's the best way to refresh yourself. Limon.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No. Mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake. There's a lot of banana cultivation
Yeah, you
along
like a
Costa Rica's
banana,
Caribbean
don't
coast.
you?
The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
But think of the bananas, Paz.
Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Well, that's an interesting banana fact.
Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irasu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes.
Tell me more about bananas.
Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
And a lesson they shall learn. I stuff my... Jesus Christ.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafe tal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English.
Oh, that's right.
Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
That's who Zero is. I remember.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there, and that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did, but the bananas helped complete it, so they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Well, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh,
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
So even trains love bananas.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
what's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak.
That's pretty badass.
You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
There's got to be more getting added, because
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the
Irasu,
scenery
that's
right
like
now, are you?
halfway.
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Nick, get them out of our country.
I intend to.
Crater base. Okay, maybe the crater base is where she ends her info on
Boss.
this.
What was the government thinking, building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant. But the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They're
Oh,
poisonous.
whoa.
Poisonous.
That's extra
Poison
flavor.
dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the Indigena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So, I can't eat one?
I am warning you. Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Nothing.
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about?
The end. He had moss in between his ass cheeks.
La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty.
Shit.
They say she was always accompanied by birds and
Snake
butterflies.
is a coomer?
One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the
It makes me
atmosphere of a
want to
cloud
play Final
forest.
Fantasy
I
X.
may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but
Okay.
yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
What if I piss in there? AI lab, yeah! Tell me about it.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too.
I've got giant
What are
stone
those?
balls.
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they'd roll easily, too.
Snake!
Okay, now tell me about the mind base in all its glory. Starts out, there's apparently only 2 things she has to tell me. Let's see how many there are by the end of it.
So tell me, what do they mine around here?
Gold, if I am not mistaken.
Gold? No kidding. I wonder what would be the fastest way to...
I do not know how much success they have had. You do not hear of anyone still operating mines around here.
Oh,
Generally speaking, people here are not too thrilled with outside capital coming in and taking away the country's natural resources. 4 years ago, a group of protesters hurled stones at the Parliament building when people found out the country had been bestowing mining rights to foreign companies. They must have had to clear a considerable amount of forest to open up that mine.
no doubt. So much for any hiding places, too.
And it is not just the forest. Without the proper precautions, the mine's wastewater could pollute the groundwater. And to top it all off, they are developing nuclear weapons there too. How can people care so little about their own country?
I'm not the one to ask about that.
Well, you may have abandoned your country, but you still treasure where you came from.
You think so?
Sure. I know you do.
Paz, you... Whatever you do, never stop loving your country.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And there we go. Now Paz has been... She's been talked to. Did that introduce us to any new quests? Any quests? Okay. That one is a 2-person. Attack, chop, battle. Tony, Tony, chopper. Okay, so it doesn't look like we really got anything new there. We'll do a couple of these early quests to get S ranks. Oh, this? Okay, and then it's gonna take us into the cutscene with Zadornov.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon. A town.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view. To change your settings, use the Start button to open the menu. There's no one around.
Don't worry, Cause. I'm a professional. I'm the one who do.
There they are. CIA mercs.
You're a
Snake, you've got to
CIA
get-
merc.
This is a sneaking mission. Hide
Oh,
behind
right.
stuff. Take the long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
Oh, I don't have.
To check your map, press the Start button to open the menu. The percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The lower the number, the more easily you'll be...
You don't need to tell me, cuz I'm actually something of a somebody.
Looks like you're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
Oh, as tight as your mom. Ha! Got him.
Freeze.
That's probably the easier way to do this. Do 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 do. You have to do a friggin'
Yes, sir, we broke him. We acquired the whereabouts of target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge is cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Freeze. The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
Air suit. In the mountains.
What's up there?
You should have told me. You regret your decisions now. I think we can skip. Yeah, now we can. I just had to throw a man in a wall a bunch of times. You understand. Zap him with my zippity zap bolt. S rank.
How's that map, Snake?
It's incredible. Did you make it yourself? I'm so proud of you. You're my new son. We do want to go back to Mother Base. For our new shotgun, our new RK-47, our FAL, our 1928, aka the Tommy. The Tommy Mommy. Okay, how'd things go, Alpha? Nobody died? Good job. Okay, we'll hit these S's next. Swap that out and bring our LAVG. Or should I bring maybe the... that? Seems like that's pretty overwhelming force. Launch your attack.
Snake,
Yeah, Miller? What do you need of me, my friend? Alright, I'm curious to know. Yeah, I don't see it.
Stuff.
Level 4 Moist Nagant? Hell yeah! We don't need that where we're going. Technically... well, I guess the freaking emergency box does heal you up quick. But we won't need that where we're going. We're gonna drop some nerds. It's going to be excellent. Like that nerd. Look at him.
head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
Freeze.
You know I'm serious.
You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the
I guess
menu.
we'll grab these guys in the hopes that maybe they turn out being okay.
Options from the menu window.
I doubt they'll end up being good.
Fulton recovery subject.
What's going on?
Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? It's kidnapping, but with employment benefits, potentially.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Just don't disappoint me.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Freeze.
Do 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 do.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Ah, fuck. Technically, I mean, we did. Fuck. Do I just restart? I didn't think there was one more.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
Freeze.
You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing
I did know that, Cause. In fact, I've already done that, Cause. Thank you, Cause. I appreciate you, Cause. Okay, huge whiff. Huge second whiff.
What's going on?
Cross all intended, chat.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed. The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Good. Now meet with the FSLN Commandante. He's inside
Thought
the
there
boathouse.
was a hostage on this map. Guess not. Who's that? Who goes there? Are you beautiful? I don't know if accuracy affects your overall route or your score. I want to see what happens if I shoot Amanda.
What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot.
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be taken. Over here! Find Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Quick, shoot Chico with a rocket.
Snake,
It was your mom. Told her I wanted to see her. Potential as an engineer, this guy probably won't make it as an engineer. Most of these guys, I'm like 100% sure that I can just throw those guys in the ocean. Maybe the one guy, maybe.
Fired.
But even he, Soliton radar, eh?
You're fired.
There goes that Soliton radar. Reader, hey there, bud. There's the Soliton radar. Oh God, I didn't even realize. It's okay. I mean, we're gonna be back financially right after this anyway, so fucking whatever. Don't worry, I'm gonna get the best score for pursuing Amanda you've ever seen. We only got a C on this last time, so we can definitely step that up. Hey-ya.
careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
What is it?
Freeze.
Ah!
Do 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 do.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Well, isn't that terrific, cause? They're all gonna suck, though, aren't they, cause... Oh, fuck. To the moon!
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
No, I don't think I will.
Freeze.
You know what, cause...
Fulton recovery helicopter is You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
There was definitely... I heard the sound of a drone. Oh, God.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
How he didn't notice me, I don't quite know.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Freeze.
And what if they are? I won't have enough things to do the thing anyway. Oh, but you are right. They are holding them prisoner. Guess it's too bad for them.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
As they say in the biz, sucks to suck. What is this? Yoink. We don't use recovery. Awarded for receiving over 10% of all insignias. We'll at least S rank the next one. Then we'll go back and see how our things... The LAV is first? Interesting. Kind of forgot about that.
That's an arm.
I think we actually... Oh, this is not one of the ones we got an S rank on. I know we got... Let's see... Okay, I guess I don't take the sneaking. We go battle. I guess we'll go PKM. No, we'll go with that. Smoke, chaff, stun. Instead of chaff, we'll go... sleeping gas. Bum 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 bum.
Neutralize the enemy troops. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
What?
What is it?
Think it'll see me from all the way over there?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
What is it?
Yo, Scully Goat, what's good? How are you doing tonight? Okay, he might not run over his homies. This could be good. He might... Okay, he actually did not run over his homies. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Imagine that, a driver who's not actually the biggest murder hobo of all time. Ah, fuck. We could potentially still get the S rank, but probably easier to do by just stealthing this boy.
Neutralize the enemy troops. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth.
Did I...
Watch yourself.
Oh, I did. Okay. We got the right man for the job. Hit that guy in the back. There we go. Don't turn around, friend. Yeah, that's right. Keep going. Keep looking forward.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Here you are,
Full to
beautiful.
recovery helicopter is complete.
I guess a cardboard box with a light on top is a bit conspicuous. I don't know if I would start shooting at it right away, but I guess that was his decision. That's what he chose to do.
Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
What is it? Get up. What is it?
His bedtime is what it is. Don't worry about it, homie. Just chill, okay? Come on, drive around them. Be a good little guy. Oh my god, twice in a row he didn't run over his homies? Has he turned over a new leaf? Ah, fuck. Alright, I guess I just have to wait for it to go all the way past. I don't know exactly how it's... or how far its range is. I used to kind of be on the assumption that it couldn't see that very far.
No need to take out the armored vehicle just yet. Neutralize the troops first. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Oh, fuck. Fuck! Oh, wow, okay. He can see you all the way over here. I didn't think he could.
No need to take out the armored vehicle just yet. Neutralize the troops first. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself. Fulton recovery
What is
subject
this?
confirmed onboard helicopter.
Law ammo, okay.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
Wonder if I can just hit them the second they get out.
What is it?
He might just be like scripted. Maybe it's actually better if I just run up the hill. And I could have just gone over on the other side. It does make me wonder. He's pretty much looking over this way steadily. And now he's turning away. But will I have time to get these guys?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helic.
Oh, he's out already. This. Fuck. Oh, God.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
If I hadn't missed those two friggin' headshots, let's say though, we might still get an S. Let's hope we get the S. I can't believe both of those just like zinged between his hairs. His fucking ass. Okay. Frigate, I'm curious to know. Don't worry, you're good.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
What if I do it again?
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
Okay, just let me one more time, don't worry.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
Don't mind me, I'm just, I got...
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre! What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
She doesn't really have much of a strong will to survive, it seems. Changes is pending if you shoot the small drone or Hatsune Miku.
The
So I
KGB
gotta-
set it up for us to run.
Should I have shot at
to buy food.
the Hatsune Miku
weapons.
first?
Mi viejo never said a word.
The grind goes good. I've made it through. Oh, wow. I'm surprised that wasn't an S rank. Oh, maybe because of the alert. We'll give it another shot. We've gotten, yeah, Kaz and Paz
Amanda's reached the planet.
both finished out as far as their records go. So making some pierogi. How's your evening going, Jacato? Alright, we can do it. We can absolutely do it. Plus, can't hurt to have 2 LAVs, really. I don't see any downside to that. Mostly okay. I needed some extra rest today. Be refreshed for tomorrow. Just the allergies still kicking your ass?
Neutralize the enemy troops. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Fucker. I may just try and play it loosey-goosey and go up the green hill after he turns around. Spring-summer allergies, which are always a hassle, which is why you prefer fall and winter. I mean, I suppose that's fair.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Sounds like you get pretty brutal
Fulton recovery
allergies.
helicopter is complete.
I didn't think about this, but hopefully where I am right now, they won't hear me if I shoot them with the big boy. Also, hopefully I can see him from around. Oh, I won't be able to.
Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
Oh, he's turning around this way? Does he know? Does he know? Is it kind of like an audio-based cue? Maybe I should have shot him from over there. Oh, yeah, because now look at him. He's looking at me, looking at him. What the fuck was that? Did he just blow out a tire, or did he blow out a guy?
Go investigate.
This seems like... Oh, it's post side. Yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Oh, God. He's turning around. Okay, now I fear for those guys. He might just run them over. Oh, he's probably gonna run them over. Bye! Sorry, I wanted to help
Can you
you.
take him down?
You know how it is.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
Well, that happens sometimes. That's the way of the road. Literally, they were on the road. They shouldn't have been there. I don't know what they were thinking, falling asleep in the middle of the road like that. Truly terrible. But hey, that might have actually been faster than the previous attempt. Probably actually was. And if I don't shoot at Amanda 67 times, that'll probably be even faster. Like how he ran over his dudes, then popped open and just said, "What?" And they got tranked. It was a pretty incredible situation that man got himself into. Don't worry, Amanda. I got shooting at you out of my system. Now I'm here to help, I swear. She'll be fine. Yeah, you better run. You better run. Only an A again? Shooting at Miku, Miku gives a slightly longer. Yeah, I think, what, it just, like, really only dodges. It's like, nope, can't touch this. Well, I'm surprised that wasn't an S rank. Do you think it's because I didn't help the homies? Because surely I had to have been fast enough there. If you gotta do that sub 4 minutes to get an S rank, that's nuts.
Snake.
Could have been the lads who got ran over. Alright, we'll give it one more try. Mission is strict on S rank time limit. Wesker, do you know exactly where we gotta be for the time limit? Surely it's not sub 4 minutes. He doesn't even, I don't even know how to get him to unload his group of homies before that 4-minute mark. Sub 4 is the intended time. I mean, maybe. Okay, let's see if I can do this. It's certainly going to be tough. But I think I know where I can maybe potentially knock some time off.
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Move. Also possible to sneak around the vehicle with the 4 mins. Gotta avoid the main turret seeing you. Okay, I think if I take the guys out from this direction, and then I move back around, maybe we can get these guys quicker.
Is complete.
Come on, let out your little chickens. You little lads, give them to me.
Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
He only let out 3. Oh, when they all got ran over. Okay, but maybe... Only 1 actually got ran over. We're okay. Okay, it is actually just as I thought. Taking the shot over from that side, that's where he looks. So now, I just need him to pop out. Just need him to pop out. I think because he only let out 3. Oh, that's why I didn't friggin'... Shit. I missed the lad. Well, that's awkward.
No need to take out the armored vehicle just yet. Neutralize the troops first. The accompanying soldiers are
fuck.
armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
Ah, fuck. Okay, this one's going terribly. Let's just restart. I kind of forgot to zoom. Get a better look at his bollocks.
You've got to neutralize that armored vehicle somehow. The accompanying soldiers are armed
What?
to the teeth.
That like went right through him. Did I beat Final Fantasy IX last night? We did, man. It's finally completed. We'll have to say our farewells to Kevin. Never forget Kevin. He was the goodest. Never forget Spoon. It's always been kind of a running joke with me, is naming her after some form of cutlery, so we will never forget. Finally, fantasy completed. Yeah, so it was like a bunch of first times for me. It was the first time defeating Ozma, and maybe even the first time defeating Hades, honestly. I can't remember if I've ever beat him. Hades was definitely easier than Ozma, but still a relatively difficult fight.
Backup! Prepare for immediate deployment!
Oh, fuck. Terrible shooting. See? Okay. I don't even understand how some of these shots have missed. You finished Chrono Trigger? Now, Chrono Trigger is one of those games that has multiple endings, and you were going for all the endings, right?
Molten recovered a helicopter. That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Oh god, I could've. Fuck!
That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
All 14 endings? Well, that's pretty impressive. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats on finishing out. So now you've got Nier Automata that's gotten all the endings. You've gotten that. Is that like your bag is to go after games that have multiple endings? I wonder if the cutscene time actually counts into your, like, standard playtime as well. Don't worry, Amanda, the ground will catch you. Okay, did we do it in sub 4, do you think? Honestly, that kind of almost felt longer than the one where the dudes got ran over. I was wrong. I don't know how to gauge time very well. So yeah, I'll probably start Final Fantasy
Amanda's reached the planet.
8 next week.
Amanda.
Like I was saying before, I want to do the Terexer, be able to beat it in Balam on the disc, the first disc. I want to get Squall's ultimate weapon. Any RPGs that I suggest? I mean, as far as games that are similar to Nier, there is Stellar Blade. Although, I will be quite honest with you, Nier Automata is definitely still, even with the only, like, the one ending that I've completed, there's no doubt it is the far superior game. But I mean, like, if you're looking for something open world that isn't turn-based combat, Final Fantasy 7 and 15 are both good options. If you're looking for something that's more on the turn-based combat, then I mean, I guess it really depends. If you play the majority of the Final Fantasy games and you're not really looking to go back to those, friggin' trying to think of other RPGs that I've had a good time playing. I mean, Legend of a Dragoon is still one of my favorite JRPGs. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to throw these guys away. I want to throw them in here. You'll be hard-pressed to find, even me, who just beat Legend of the Dragoon not too long ago. I'm already like, fuck, I could do it again. Say I won't, chat. Friggin' dab me up a little bit, homies. I would gladly do it all over again. Done Chrono Cross? I mean, there's like some kind of one-off ones too. Like, what is it? Let me bring up my Steam here. What are some of the games that I have? I mean, if you're looking for something more MMO style, Elder Scrolls is alright. I mean, at the end of the day, I still prefer the play style of Skyrim, honestly. Classics like Final Fantasy. Apparently, Code Vein is, well, it's more of a Souls game, but I mean, I guess Souls games are technically RPGs. So, Code Vein is a pretty respected... I haven't actually played it yet, Demon. Steez and I were planning on doing it at some point. Just gotta figure out times. Want to beat Space Marines first, which I'm just kind of like on the back burner until we beat MGS, honestly, and then I'll get those guys motivated to finish out Space Marines. But I mean, there's always the Assassin's Creed trilogy. Kind of an RPG adventure. If you've never played Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, that one is a solid fucking RPG. One of the best. Another MMO is Black Desert. It's got really good character design, and I mean, it's got deep concepts. So it's a game that you can certainly like sink a bunch of hours into like learning all the kind of background stuff. They're the ones that did Crimson Desert. They're the same studio, but I feel like this is probably a more grounded game with the direction that it wanted to go. Crimson Desert sounds like it's very much a lot of everything. Live a Live is also Square Enix. Multiple characters, stories with endings. Has plus storyline that somehow connects to all the characters and endings together for a super ending. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. Maybe I should add that to the list then. Is it on Steam? Can it be purchased on the Steam? Kakarot, I guess you would kind of consider an RPG as well. You kind of build Kakarot out with the moveset that you want. Enshrouded is like survival, but it does have RPG aspects. And then, of course, I didn't even realize this. I own Final Fantasy VII, and then I own the 2013 re-release. I don't know how that ended up happening, but this is probably the next one I'm playing. Final Fantasy VIII Remastered. Or maybe 10. I mean, I have kind of been vibing 10, and they keep talking about Quaxaquatl in this game. And I am a big Quaxaquatl enjoyer. I always love a weird-looking bird. Beard. I've been watching Just Cause videos lately, and it does kind of make me want to go back and play it. I don't think I've ever beaten a Just Cause game. I think I've mostly gone on fucking ADD-related rants of, like, frigging tethering vehicles together and launching cows with butt rockets. Oh yeah, I mean, Metaphor ReFantasio was Game of the Year before... the year before Baldur's Gate, so it's been literally Metaphor ReFantasio, Baldur's Gate, and then What won last year? I don't even remember. But whatever won last year. And then there's Path of Exile. I'm waiting for Path of Exile 2 to become free to play. Oh, and like another thing to consider, Final Fantasy 14, you can like play so many of the expansions now on a free to play account. You don't even really have to pay until I think the second last expansion. Which is a pretty goddamn good deal. Post his recommended sales on Steam. Guy posts his recommended sales on Steam on Reddit. Show one game on sale, doesn't notice, pays. Also, Fuda fuck femboys. I can't say I'm surprised. There's always a Fuda game on the recommended. Also, if you've never played the Sniper Elite games, goddamn, they pog, dude. They pog the hog. Stalker's also technically RPG. There's... At least Stalker 2 has a couple of different endings that you could go for. I think technically all the Stalker games have different choices because of different factions that you can side with. Recommended games are all big booba anime games except for one sweaty shooter. To be fair, I got a couple of sweaty shooters on here. On Steam, but we all know the sweatiest one that you talk about. The one I hate to love, or love to hate. And then there's Way of the Samurai. Which, if you've ever seen gameplay of, like, Kenshi, Way of the Samurai kind of reminds me in a sense of, like, what Kenshi was trying to go for. A little bit more explorative, less hand-holdy. You kind of just had to figure out things on your own. And then there is Yakuza, which is... yeah, I would say it's an RPG. That is probably one of the most, like, both story-rich and meme-rich games that you can play. Those would probably be the ones that I would bring up. And then, I mean, I guess Terraria, but it's not really an RPG. Live a Live? Does it ever go down in sales, Jacato? How's the price fluctuation? You've played all the Yakuza games? Even, like, the pirate one and the samurai one? God, most of these guys are so bad. All right, into the ocean. Saw it on sale for less than 20 last Steam sale? Okay.
You're fired.
Then I shall keep my eyes open for the next big sale.
You're fired.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 doesn't necessarily have different endings, but I mean, in a sense, it kind of does, because every expansion kind of has its own ending. But I mean, the nice thing about Final Fantasy is the amount of time that it would take to get you to end game, and then even when you're in game, there's the grind of continuing like dungeons and raids. You know, that kind of good stuff. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. No, we lost a helicopter. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. In fact, I didn't think it was gonna be bad at all. Shit, brother. This is a sad day. Know a guy that highly recommends it? I also know a guy who highly recommends it. I wonder who it could be. Wait. Even with this whole unit, we don't outmatch this? This is crazy. Really? Coelacanth does not seem like he fucks around. Okay. I've got a T-72 in perfect condition. I've got... Watch the battle sequences of an outer ops. See a lost vehicle or soldier. You can reset the game with the RNG changes. Oh, interesting. So we can kind of cheese it a little bit. So, like, essentially, even after the fight, technically, it doesn't, like, actually count the results until, like, you fully accept them. Interesting. Alright, we'll put our LAVs on the line. Now that we can get those pretty freaking handedly. And I think maybe we'll just stick to one fight at a time now. We need to get that A+. There's still an S over here. Gotten a lot of the A+, but now it's riskier territory. Doesn't count the results until you fully commit, either by skipping the animation or letting the animation finish. That's crazy because my helicopter was like pretty much full H, so I'm surprised that it went down. I thought we would be okay. Okay, all of the equipment right now is good. We've got great equipment, chat. Okay, we don't need to do the LAV anymore. How did we do when it came to rescuing Chico? We got a B for Chico. Oh, I forgot to go back to my stealth outfit.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Chico should have gotten good. Do you hear me, Snake?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I have to thank you, Snake.
That basin will leave you completely exposed. If I were the enemy, I'd be...
His sleep would have been eternal. He would have had the big nap.
Sniper, better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
But what if I do want my head blown off? You hadn't explained that option yet.
Fulton recovery helicopter is
I'll
complete.
grab him, but I'm assuming he's going to be a garb unit. $25 to 30 hours if you're trying to get everything, counting for different play styles.
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him, Snake.
Better if he finds himself, honestly.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. To check inside a house, press the action button in front of the door.
Okay. Feel like I might have taken a little bit too much time looking in that door.
Supposedly the houses being used to hold prisoners have been fitted with blue doors.
Chico, is that you?
It's the Basilisco! I've come to save you. See, wasn't that the one that we found him in before?
Snake, Chico.
Imagine Chico didn't make it over. Imagine he gets caught up in the crosswinds and gets dragged to a whole different country. Okay.
Snake.
Back to our codex, chat. We are going to briefing files. Okay, Amanda, tell us what you know. Oh, this might actually go a little bit faster. No, maybe not. Hold.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside.
Damn, now that you mention it, I am feeling hungry for samosas.
It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes. The rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or los sapos than an anti-US regime.
Okay, that's an interesting take on that.
The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before
Oh
Christmas Eve.
shit, that is
Giant
unfortunate.
cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza.
That is a pretty wild bit of history I never actually knew.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Rio San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to el Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
But that's what friggin' paramedic calls you.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca
Jack.
called Ometepe. It's formed from 2 connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
I think if nukes explode in your country, it's going to be pretty bad in the first place. I think that may be a
We
problem
are
of its own.
Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino. The father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte. The slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah. The Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
They call me
You used
Big
to hide
Boss.
your
Get it
weapons and
right.
hollowed out watermelons. Smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
I should have never listened to Cause.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
Incredible.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you've talked, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
I don't know. Chico does ask us to shoot him.
I need your opinion. How strong are the enemy's mercenaries?
They're well trained. They've got more than enough men. Seasoned, too. A lot of them probably saw action in Vietnam. They're a tough bunch. And armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever seen a mercenary force field that many tanks and attack choppers.
It shows how much cash they have to throw around. And connections. How did they get access to such weapons?
How do you think? They're backed by the one and only CIA.
And here we are. Half of us farmers and the other half students. Children even. And weapons. We're so short on guns we have to steal them from the enemy. As much as I hate to say it, we're always going to be on the defensive.
I know.
And mi viejo. Without him,
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if we can win. Can we, Snake?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
But...
Amanda.
What?
Listen to me. Don't ever let your men hear you talk like that. You're their leader, and a leader has to stand tall, even when times get tough, when it feels like the fear and uncertainty could crush you. You're the one your comrades look to for reassurance. That's what a leader is. Don't forget it.
Snake.
If you're looking for comfort, go find a church. That's all I've got to say.
You are right. I am sorry. I need to pull myself together.
Yeah, get it together,
You'll be fine.
woman.
I know you have it in you.
Thank you, Snake.
Get your shit together.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No, just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
Cocaña, dude. Wanna
Garcia
get
calls their new
high?
toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So,
It is an insult to us Nicos.
because of the guy you were talking about, Walker.
See, although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire. Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
About herself, what all do we got here? Okay, this one's going to be a little bit more in-depth, it would seem.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Aha, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying
Yeah,
that.
I'll bring that up
Viejo
now.
was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the
3
generation
weeks
that
later,
General Sandino.
I am
He saw the
so
general's
sorry about your
exploits
dad.
firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of
Damn,
times.
girl's got some full
I don't know
eyelashes.
if I could ever fill his shoes.
She's in a war and she is keeping her eyelashes looking fabulous.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
No, why would you think that?
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Combat unit? Where do I
Enough
have
flattery.
her, actually?
But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
Decision time!
Amanda, you getting used to Mother Base?
Yes, it is heaven compared to living in the mountains. We are no longer constantly on the run from La Guardia or mercenaries.
Some of the new guys we recruited used to be mercenaries.
We are getting along. It was difficult at first, but once you talk to them, you realize we've got plenty in common.
I see. Good to hear.
We may be enemies, but we are all still human beings. La CIA's soldiers, La Guardia. The same goes for the people of America.
What's gotten into you?
Mi viejo got involved with drugs in order to scrape together money for La Revolucion. He did whatever the KGB said, all for Nicaragua, or so he told himself. But I realize now, in the end, all he did was help poison young people of America.
Yeah.
I have made up my mind. Even when I leave Mother Base and return to La Revolucion, I will never turn to drugs, nor will I look to the KGB for help. If we topple Somoza using the KGB and drug money, we will lose the people's hearts.
So, you're choosing a different path from your father.
I still respect him, but I will not do things the way he did.
Well, I'm sure Chico will be glad to hear that.
Chico is a grown soldier now. I could not face him otherwise.
Well said, Amanda. Those are the words of a true Comandante.
Stop. I was inspired by the greatest Comandante I have ever known. Boss.
Ha 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 ha. What if I told you I do drugs, Amanda? Would you be impressed? Okay, we did the rescue Chico, pursue the jungle train.
Snake.
We got an A on this. Oh, this is the fucking... This is the tank fight, isn't it? Okay. Surely we don't have to get a sub 4 minute on this. Oh, it's not the jungle fight.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first.
I'm probably not in the best position for this.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first. To get to the coffee factory, you'll first need to backtrack to the fork in the road. Fulton recovery subject confirmed on board
Honestly, we
helicopter.
probably don't need the dudes here.
There's a coffee factory to the northeast. Beyond that is a train terminal.
Oopsie, who is sheepy boy? Yeah, wait. I'm waiting. Jabroni, what you gonna do about it?
What was that?
Your mama?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Thanks for waiting for me. Do 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 do. Good luck. Have fries.
Fulton recovered a helicopter.
You don't know that. Is there another guy up here?
What was that?
Boo 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 doo doo. Boo boo boo. Kinda regret not wearing the sneaking suit on this one. I don't know why this mission in particular you could have 4 people. That seems a little wild.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Usually hostages are decent.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed.
Okay, this is where the tank happens.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
Fuck.
Hey! Being shot at. Going to alert status.
Understood. Maintain heightened alert.
Fucker. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can slurp these guys up quick enough.
Fulton recovered a helicopter.
Okay. Okay. Did we get the yes? Very Gucci. Very Gucci. We did it. What have we got in here, chat? We got our friggin' home again. We got level 4 grenades. Okay. some of these dudes may actually prove to be useful. Send them on over to R&D. We got that, we got that, and that. Hell yeah. I doubt that guy's gonna be of any use, but we'll send him over and sort it out once we're there. Okay, anybody else going to medical? I doubt he's good enough for medical, but I guess we'll see. And the rest, off with their heads, Jed. I mean, we're going to send them back to their loving families.
You're fired.
In perfect condition.
You're fired.
But we're having a real hard time getting the friggin' R&D past level 63.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
It's tough out here, Chad. We gotta find intelligent crafters. Naked splitter. Yay, we're naked. Now that's an S. We'll save the S. Although we only really have S pluses. I think I have one more A plus. And then we get into the real shit, chat. Okay, this guy, he's pretty badly hurt. We're gonna put out another LAVG, baby! In another LAVG! We're still a dominating force, so we'll let them go at it. Let them get some. Let's see. Our weapons are crafting. We have no more items there. I am so friggin' sad. Do we get any more extra ops as a result of talking to Amanda? Okay, that's a two-man, two-man, a two-man, two, a four, another four, okay, we'll do the T-72. I could use a couple more of these, honestly. Oh my god, the KBS just dropped again. So, for whatever reason, around 10 o'clock seems to be a 10:20 to 10:30 seems to be drops for no reason.
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops. Strike before...
Okay. That didn't go super swagadelic like I was hoping it would.
Neutralize the enemy troops. They haven't seen you yet. Perfect. Now's your chance.
I think one dude just got ran over. Ah! Why did they both have to come running around the corner like so?
Neutralize that tank unit. You can do it.
We can do it.
They haven't
Communism.
seen you yet. Perfect. Now's your chance.
Okay, so as soon as that tank friggin' turns towards me, I wonder if I should just try and go around this way instead.
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops. Strike before they spot you.
Oh, well, fuck. I should have got after them first, honestly.
Neutralize the enemy troops. They haven't seen you yet.
Okay, they have now. If I do it from a bit further back, like around this wall, I wonder...
Neutralize the enemy troops. They haven't seen you yet. Perfect. Now's your chance.
Okay, they both got murked. Oh, only one got murked?
Neutralize that tank unit. You can do it. Strike before they spot you.
Got him. Got him.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I know there's one more, I just don't know where he is. I heard them both flash in. That guy's gonna die. Fuck!
What was that?
Ugh! That was actually going pretty well, too.
Neutralize that tank unit. You can do it. They're trying to find you. Make sure they don't.
Son of a bitch! Oh my god, dude. I wish he would rack the bolt faster.
Strike before they spot you.
Okay, that man is so dead. I heard it. Okay, it's over here.
Enemies close by. The enemy's attacking. Going to alert status.
No. Ah. I'm pretty sure that means that the other guy is aware as well.
Neutralize that tank unit. You can do it. They're trying to find you. Make sure they don't. Neutralize the enemy troops. Strike before they spot you.
What is it?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. That was the optimal. Everything was going good until it didn't.
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops. Strike before they spot you.
Oh, god damn it.
What is it?
Oh, no, no. Go to Eve. You're a sheep. could probably get one of these dudes.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
He hasn't actually looked this way yet. Dude, missing is catastrophic. The little fucking arm tremors you get.
Neutralize the enemy troops. They're trying to find you. Make sure they don't.
See, how did that miss? What? Oh, God. Fuck. I literally do not understand how.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I know one. Okay. Okay, he is back to fully surrounded. Fuck! I felt like I was still around the corner enough on that one. That one seemed a little shit.
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops. Strike before they spot you.
Okay, we should be able to get both of these scrotes. Get behind that train.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Fuck.
What is it? What is it?
See, I'm a little concerned. Maybe I shouldn't go for these guys. That that one sounded like it was over there.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Well, that guy's toasted! Okay, I guess... wait until they're not facing this way. Try and hit them with a smoke grenade, maybe?
What is it? Get up.
Those guys are definitely getting run over.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down? That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission
I'm
complete.
getting them right now, Kazuhira! Okay, that was a pretty good tank run. I mean, it took a bunch of not-so-good ones, but we've learned things about the T-72U.
Snake.
That is indeed. My heroism is spreading like butt cheeks. And yet I still must put men into the brig every single day. I don't think he's going to cut it on my... Maybe... I'll just put them all on the R&D team, and then we'll get rid of the ones that are not R&D enough.
You're fired.
Okay, this is an S tank unit. 2. Wow, this is pretty colossal. These are 2 giant units going after each other. I'm gonna take this out instead. And we're gonna go like that. Oh, there's an A right there. I missed. I missed. Go get them, my boys. Go get them. Alright, we'll do one more story mission, and then I'm gonna make some food here. So, destroy the barricade.
Snake.
We might have actually gotten this one. Oh, no.
Stuff.
Juicy.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze.
Have a safe trip.
Fulton
I
recovery
land on
subject
him.
Confirmed onboard helicopter.
Freeze.
Maybe I missed it by a little bit. We don't need that guy back there. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. It's usually the hostages that actually have the best stats.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard
I
helicopter.
guess I should have just shot him earlier. If we wanted to max out our speed potential, fuck it.
Freeze.
Down on the ground.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
West. So we could go this way and then pretty much straight there.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
Fuck!
We're under attack!
I should have gone a little slower there.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze.
Fulton recovered a helicopter.
He's close by!
I should have done that a little bit more strategically. I figured last time I missed him a little bit to the right.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Freeze.
Still could have been smoother, but butter. Smooth butt butter. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
It's Butters. Okay, maybe I go to the left.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
Is somebody there?
Right in the butthole. Yeehaw desu, partner.
To plan a C4 charge, hold down the aim button and press the attack button. Good work, Snake.
Thanks, Cause. I'm doing my best.
Excellent. Now,
Ow. I'm making waffles. Three minutes on the dot, eh? Do 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 do. I guess that means that my battle is completed. You're probably not going anywhere anytime soon. I think they're all going into the ocean.
You're
Such
fired.
honorable discharge, don't worry. Your sacrifice will be remembered. Okay, so that's everything in that direction taken care of. This is the last straight A. I feel like we have the numbers, but I can definitely still move BT or LAVs around. There we go. Put them in Charlie. Okay, and then we got an A plus, couple of S's, and some S pluses. Do. Infiltrate the gate. Okay, we'll go back to some more codec calls.
Snake.
But first, I'm gonna make something to munch on. And then we've already gotten through Chico's Basilisco stuff, so hopefully the rest of our Chico conversations go relatively quickly. I'll be back in just a few. All right, look at this Chico. Isn't he neat? He's got a bunch of tasty treats.
Apparently, there are other cats that talk besides Trenya on Isla del Monstruo.
There's more of them?
Yep, they're called the felines. But supposedly they don't ever come to Costa Rica. You should try talking to them if you spot them. Who knows what kind of stuff they have to say?
Yeah, just when you think things can't get any crazier.
Also, the felines are nice to humans. So you be sure and be nice back. Don't you go attacking them or anything.
I would never hurt a defenseless little kitty.
Meow, meow, meow.
I used to have this book full of pirate lore. It had the story about Rathalos, king of the skies. Most accounts describe it as a dragon with wings, or a wyvern.
A wyvern? A two-legged dragon? Vlad the Impaler's coat of arms had one on it.
Yeah, and he was a model for Count Dracula. There are reports of ships being attacked out in the middle of the ocean. So Rathalos must be able to fly great distances. And what's more, Rathalos is said to breathe fire.
Breathe fire? An animal like that can't possibly be real.
We're talking about a monster, Snake. Forget what you think you know.
Okay.
Tigrex is a flying dragon just like Rathalos. But it's good at moving around on land too. It can blast you with rocks from a distance or rush at you with incredible speed.
People have seen it on land?
See, it's said that these two lady pirates, Anne and Mary, visited Isla del Monstruo. It was there that they did battle with Tigrex.
Anne was quite a marksman, wasn't she?
Must have been a heck of a battle. I wish I'd been there.
You know, I'm not so bad with guns myself.
I've already seen how good you are. Anne and Mary also saw little dinosaurs running around the island.
Velocipres?
Yup. As you'd expect, they're very nimble, but no match for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get surrounded by them, though.
I'll bet. Nobody wants to be outnumbered in battle.
Right. Your best move would be to make sure they cannot encircle you.
Well, stealth is the basis of all solo sneaking missions. While it makes battle tougher, working alone has its advantages when it comes to infiltration.
That's what makes you the boss, boss. You don't need any advice from me.
Not bad for an old-timer, eh, Chico?
Nope. Still, be careful. Have you heard the legend about the dinosaur that came back to life as a zombie and attacked people?
Zombie? You mean the living dead?
Yeah. Dinosaurs may be extinct, but technically it would be possible for one to come back to life as a zombie.
Not so fast. Dinosaurs were real. Zombies, not so much.
What are you talking about, boss? Zombies have been used as slaves on Haitian plantations for years. In Haiti, they've handed down a secret zombie powder for generations.
Really?
People from long ago must have used that same stuff on dinosaur remains.
But dinosaurs had been extinct for millions of years before the first humans.
That hypothesis has to be wrong. In any case, this zombie was incredibly powerful. Its name was Gear Rex. They say nothing could kill it. Some say its bodily fluids would burn right through your flesh. Then the spines that fell off his back would impale you. The pain made even worse by the deafening roar rattling every bone in your body.
You sure it wasn't just some really strong monster? Who knows what kind of dinosaurs were out there? We could be talking about something strong enough to resist small arms fire.
Are you afraid of zombies, boss?
No, I just find the whole thing hard to believe.
And I definitely am not scared of fucking something. A thing.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess. Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
What What's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just.
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
Do not say that to her, though. Do not.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first, I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagreed. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing, threats are multiplying. The US and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before, and the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration, thanks to Cold War competition? Fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream, but good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand.
Tell me about nuclear deterrence.
Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker.
Pretty bad idea, bro.
The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
What a thrill!
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
Christ indeed!
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than
Just
that.
look at Grok.
It's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
Ouch.
Snake, you have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Can I really?
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman gonna launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc.
Your big, wonderful balls.
How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history
You like
books.
docking?
And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
But he will be again, don't worry.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Did you ever hear about the Shagohod?
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
Yeah, it almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand. Peace Walker contains an assembly of two AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod. We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name.
The deep parts. The super
part of our brain
insidey
that
parts.
developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as
intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own. Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
Everything.
I don't know much about what goes on up in the
Oh,
sky.
never mind. Nothing.
What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true. NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December, they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Sex toys, I swear.
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission, the one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
I see.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
Worry not, it happens almost immediately.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake.
The anus is on you, too, bruh.
Hey, As long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
Yeah, but then, in an incredible twist of fate,
Did you, give that letter to Dr.
Sure did.
Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, you make sure she gets it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Better for you if she doesn't.
Snake!
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right?
So you read the letter, after I specifically told you
yeah,
not to.
well, I specifically didn't listen.
When you tell them not to read something.
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was
Yeah,
wrong.
we see that about
Look,
you.
I'm sorry, but I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Shut the fuck up,
Fine
Huey.
then. Deliver it yourself.
Huh? What? No, no way. I could never.
You've got a long way to go, Huey.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space
I have,
Odyssey?
actually.
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI.
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL, and then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again. You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
Wonder what you would use that name for. What could you possibly do with that name, Yui?
The pupa increases its mobility by using compressed air to hover its rear section. It moves by means of its treads and boosters. Those boosters also provide the propulsion needed for high-speed movement.
So if I take out the boosters, it won't be able to charge.
Right. I suppose you could also avoid its attacks by lying down beneath it. The pupa is also equipped with electrical shock units. It uses these devices, they look like lightning rods, to direct discharge.
Guess I should pull the plug on those too.
Good idea. What else? Well, as with all AI machines, you can incapacitate the entire unit by taking out the AI itself. If you can get the hatch open and climb inside, you can pull out the memory boards. Lights out AI. We may be able to use those boards for ourselves. If you can, try and get inside the AI pod and have a crack at it. You won't be able to do that until you've damaged it enough to stop it from moving first.
Got it. Usual tactics first.
Got
then.
it. You can count on me, Hal. Huey.
Being an unmanned
Whichever
vehicle,
one you
the
are.
Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, As the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
Bam!
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. Only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
This fucking guy is a psychopath. Bro. Did you have to make it so fucking scary? God, Paz has a lot to talk about. So did Miller. Okay. Technically, I can't see Cecile and Strangelove having a lot of info.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Wow.
Besides, it is much nicer here.
You don't say. She was into boobs.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She has not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. that people should not be going into space, that it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
Okay, just a little.
You do seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
Holy shit, that's incredible!
I knew it.
What did I know? I don't know.
Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other rune. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll do that.
I love birds! Have you seen my bird?
Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal.
Yeah, tell me all about the Quetzal. What's its name? What's its number?
Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me.
Ha!
It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Oh, sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar
What
of
a
the engine,
weird
the throaty
choice.
steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure, bro. You just want to kiss some fucking trains, don't you?
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Literally everything.
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many quetzals reach over a meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
Wow, you broke her heart. All she wanted to do was animal sounds.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right. Here it is then.
Nice monkey!
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig?
Wow, you're
That's
incredible!
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit?
Ooh,
Rabbits
soggy!
make noises.
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay.
Please never do that again.
Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
No, I didn't need to. I didn't need.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
You don't ever have to do that again. Thanks. I appreciate you.
Costa Rica is the home to many hummingbirds as well. The people here call them colibri.
Colibri, huh?
Hummingbirds are the world's smallest birds. Although they can vary from species to species, most are around 10 centimeters in length, and the smallest no more than 5. It is amazing to think that something so small can still be a fully developed bird.
I think a bird that tiny would get mistaken for a bug.
Actually, they are often mistaken for sphinx moths. The little darlings feed on flower nectar, and their beaks are long and thin to help them drink up the nectar. They beat their wings far faster than any other bird. The smallest ones over 70 times a second. Can you imagine?
What for?
They hover in midair while they suck their nectar.
They suck
They
to
can even
them.
fly straight backwards.
Hovering. Like a helicopter. That's why Amanda and her unit called that chopper Colibri.
I think it is an insult to the birds to give their names to weapons. Don't you?
Don't ask me. Ask the birds how they feel about it.
The beard is weird.
Have you ever heard of the mannequins?
Never.
Unbelievable! You came all the way to Costa Rica and you've never even heard of them?
I didn't come here to look at...
Mannequins are known for their beautiful courtship dances. The orange-colored mannequin is said to live on the Pacific side, the white-bearded mannequin on the Caribbean side, and the long-tailed mannequin is in the Central Basin. The long-tailed mannequins are especially distinctive.
What's special about them?
First, each young male picks an older male to teach him how to dance. Then, teachers and pupils all get in a group and dance for the females. However, only the teachers get paired off with females. The pupils practice their technique for 7 years before striking out on their own and finding their own pupils.
I guess it takes time to get good at anything, whether it's dancing or soldiering.
Mannequins always have plenty to eat. Apparently, that is why they have so much free time to practice dancing.
Unlike us, obviously.
Another well-known bird of the cloud forest is the three-wattled bellbird.
Wattled? What the hell's a wattle?
It is just like your beard, Snake.
What?
It is a piece of flesh that hangs down from its chin.
That is
Kind
not
of
like a
whiskers,
beard.
but not made of hair.
A hanging piece of flesh.
Oui, and it only grows on males.
Nothing more important to a man than his beard. So, these birds are in the cloud forest, too?
They are normally found in the lowland rainforests, but they migrate into the highland cloud forests during breeding season. What the three-wattled bellbird is best known for, though, is its loud call. It makes these metallic bong and ding sounds, hence the name bellbird. It hardly sounds like a bird at all. Even an expert bird caller like me cannot do it justice.
Oh, doesn't sound like I'll be mistaking it for a quetzal.
Do you know the national bird of Costa Rica? Honestly, and you call yourself an ornithologist? The national bird of Costa Rica is the clay-colored robin. It's a plain-looking brown bird found throughout the country.
Why'd they make it the national bird, then? Are there all kinds of better-looking birds like the quetzal?
Ah, the clay-colored robin has the most exquisite song. And I think it is part of the Costa Rican national character to choose a bird everyone knows and loves over prettier ones.
Somehow these people don't strike me as being very Latin.
Speaking as an ornithologist, I am rather happy with that choice. Not all birds have to be pretty. Oh, and just so you know, the quetzal is the national bird of Guatemala.
Oh, so I'm getting sassed? I'm not supposed to be talking
The
shit?
scarlet macaw and the great green macaw are also representative birds of Costa Rica. Macaws are a type of parrot, enormous, stately birds.
Macaw. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
But of course you have. You are an ornithologist, no?
Stop it.
So, tell me, where do macaws live in Costa Rica today?
Oh, come on now.
I am only teasing you. Macaws live not in the cloud forests, but in the rainforests on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. In the past, they were a common sight all across the country. But lately, the population has decreased dramatically. One possible cause is the pesticide sprayed to facilitate large-scale banana cultivation.
Evicted from their own land, huh?
Thankfully, conservation efforts have been gaining some momentum lately.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to
Close to what?
your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu, well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay. So?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
You think Kojima wrote that himself?
How are you enjoying Mother Base so far?
Ah, it is wonderful.
Good to hear. I was worried someone as cultured as you would find the plant a little uncouth.
Uncouth? You've got albatross, and frigate birds, and terns, and tropic birds. Seabirds I have never had a chance to see in France.
Oh, well, great.
Sorry, I know I should not spend all day chasing birds. Is there anything I can help with?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure what I could ask you to do.
Well, I'm certainly not cut out to shoot a gun.
Cecile, where'd you learn to move through the forest like that? The birds weren't scared of you at all.
Becoming one with the forest is the very essence of bird watching. They want to behave naturally if they sense a human nearby. And that can really affect your observations.
I see. Kind of like scouting then.
I am also good at spotting birds from a distance, tracking them based on the tiniest of clues, and being aware of my surroundings.
You're starting to sound even more like a scout.
The only way to find a bird is to think like a bird. Now, think you can find a place for me?
Yeah.
My bathroom. You would be perfect there. Tell me about France. Did you love Paris?
Did you live in Paris your whole life before coming here?
Ah, yes. It is my favorite city. Paris is the world capital of art and culture. It has the latest fashion, the best cuisine, and the most elegant, refined people. The beauty of the Champs-Élysées at night is almost unearthly. The name comes from Elysium, the name of paradise in Greek mythology. Heaven, in other words.
Must be nice for some people. Not for me.
Are you saying the cultured life does not appeal to you?
I'm saying I never had a chance to lead one. Not that it appealed to me anyway.
You prefer war?
I don't like war. Life outside heaven just suits me better.
That is a hard way to live. But if you do ever come to France, I will show you around Paris. Then you will see what heaven on earth is really like.
I'll show you my bigot. I showed you my
Heaven on
bigot.
earth, huh?
Please
The only
respond.
image I have of France is the Foreign Legion.
Ah, that is how you view France?
What do the French think of them?
It is a difficult question. We normally don't think about it so much.
Well, critics claim it forces foreigners to take on the most dangerous missions, so French citizens won't get hurt.
You are right. That probably had something to do with why it was created. But I understand that along with service comes benefits, such as French citizenship and permanent residency. Those who join are all given an equal chance, regardless of race, religion, education, social status, or national origin. So it can be a godsend for people from poor countries.
A way for the have-nots to live a decent life. I guess that's not so different from MSF. There's one other image I have of France. The national anthem.
Ah, La Marseillaise. Not everyone is a fan, of course.
The whole, to arms, citizens. May an impure blood water our furrows thing, eh?
The song was composed right after the French Revolution. Fearing what the tide of the revolution represented, the ruling classes in neighboring countries applied all kinds of pressure on the young government. La Marseillaise became the anthem of the volunteer armies that sought to protect constitutional rule against that pressure.
And they couldn't do that without armed force.
Oui, I agree. Some parts are a little belligerent. But we must not forget that if it were not for them, France would not be the democracy it is today. Have you ever seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg?
A movie? No, never seen it.
No? It came out 10 years ago.
Yeah, he's never seen a movie.
Catherine Deneuve. She's so beautiful in it. And the music, the costumes, the colors. Ah.
Huh.
It takes place in the naval port of Cherbourg.
That was a beachhead in Normandy.
It is set back when young men were conscripted to fight in the Algerian War.
The French government called the conflict a public order operation in northern Africa.
I was still a little girl then, but I can clearly remember one of my friend's older brothers going off to fight.
Yeah, national service is required in France.
The war splits up two young lovers. Director Jacques Demy's lyrics and Michel Legrand's music tore at my heart. I will never forget its wonderful melodies.
Are you okay?
It changes lives, changes fates. War is not a good thing.
For some reason, it strikes a chord to hear that coming from someone like you.
Okay, remember she only had like a few things when we first came in here?
Speaking of the Algerian War of Independence, you ever hear of the Day of the Jackal?
Ah, you mean the novel that was made into a movie last year? The OAS, a militant French underground group, plots to assassinate de Gaulle, hiring a hitman known as the Jackal. Readers know that de Gaulle was not killed, but it is still so exciting. If someone was going to try to eliminate me, I would hope they would be as thorough as the Jackal, to know everything about me without me suspecting a thing.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if my birds feel the same way.
I wonder.
I also wonder.
France conducted its first successful nuclear test in the Algerian Sahara in 1960.
A lot of French scientists took part in the Manhattan Project. They defected to America to escape wartime occupation.
Correct. And once the war was over, they returned to France and continued their own atomic research. President de Gaulle did not want to have to rely on the American nuclear umbrella for protection,
Thus making France the world's fourth nuclear power.
Some say the test's success pacified the Algerian rebels. The civil war was undoubtedly held in check, but never have I equated nuclear weapons with peace.
Don't worry, we
France
do.
has produced many philosophers over the years. Descartes, Bataille, Sartre, Baudrillard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Sartre myself. He called Che Guevara the most complete man of the century, didn't he? Smart guy.
He does tend to sympathize with the left. And what else do you know about him?
That's it.
You know nothing else?
Nope.
Ooh la la! The man is one of the giants of existentialism, you know?
Existentialism. I've been meaning to look into that. Nothing more dangerous than sneaking in without first securing an exit.
No, existentialism. Sometimes I wonder if my English is not better than yours.
Sorry, I'm just not into philosophy.
Ah, is that so? I would imagine it might really enrich your life.
I'd rather take action now than spend time thinking about what we are or how we're supposed to live. I guess you could say I live my philosophy.
Interesting. That sounds like something Sartre would say.
Yeah?
He says we are born with no defined nature, and that we are free to make ourselves what we wish.
Free. So he was one of those devil-may-care kind of guys, huh?
No. Actually, he meant that because we are free to create our own life, we must take full responsibility for
Oh,
our
incredible.
actions. Man is condemned to be free, is how he put it.
Condemned to be free.
But then, others will take it upon themselves to define who you are.
I've been feeling that way lately. I keep telling people to call me Snake, but nobody seems to listen.
Sartre also says, hell is other people.
Hell. Well, we are outside of heaven.
Hell is people calling me boss!
Do you have an interest in the visual art, Snake?
Not really. Please, no deep conversation.
But you have heard of Picasso, yes?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Sadly, Monsieur Picasso, co-founder of Cubism, passed away in the south of France last year. France was his home, you know.
Huh? I thought he was born in Spain.
Do you know his full name?
Pablo Picasso. Anyone would know he's Spanish with a name like...
Huh. Shows what you know.
What do you mean?
Okay, here we go. Pablo Diego José Francisco de la Pala Juan Nepomuceno Maria de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santísima Trinidad Ruiz y Picasso. What do you think? That was his full name.
Still, I don't see how...
A master of modern art, a genius who crafted over 100,000 works in various styles, spending the greater part of his life in France. The man is a part of our culture.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is of limited use in my field. But back to the point. Picasso was Spanish, right? Or am I missing something? He wasn't French, right? Right?
Right!
Seal.
What difference does it make? It does not matter if he was from Spain or from Mars. Picasso is Picasso. It does not change the fact that he lived in France, nor does it take away from his monumental legacy. Why do you care so much about where he was from anyway?
Because I want to
Whatever
make
happened
fun of
to
his
the
nationality.
Sans frontier part of Militaire Sans frontier.
You started it. France was his name.
What was that?
Nothing.
You heard me. You heard me. Macaroons.
Tell me, Snake, do you ever put sweets in your rations?
Never thought about it before. Why?
Ah, I simply love them. French sweets are très délicieux. Everyone knows crepes, but there are also profiteroles,
crepes do slap.
eclairs, madeleines, financiers. Then there's tarte-tatin, and you can't forget Savarin. Oh, and millefeuille, crepes, blanc.
She already said crepes.
Yeah, you already mentioned crepes.
Soufflés, croquembouche, cannelle, Florentine, Queen
Crepes.
Amagne, peach melbas,
Finished?
and macaroons. I love those the most. Macaroon Parisian are the best. They are so cute and colorful, and they contain meringue, so they melt right in your mouth.
Wow. I'd no idea macaroons were that popular in France, too.
What do you mean in France, too?
Macaroons are those coconut-flavored cookies, right?
Excuse you? Macaroons contain almond powder, not coconuts.
Don't they have peanuts in them? I've had them in Japan a few times. I thought they were called macarons.
Macarons? Some cheap imitation, I am sure. French macaroons have a long and distinguished history. They date back to the 16th century when Catherine de' Medici of Florence married into the French royal family. The story goes that her pâtissier shared the recipe after they arrived. That is a history of over 500 years.
So, they're originally from Italy, then?
Well,
Don't macaroons come from Italy, too?
Look, I do not really think.
Keep in mind, macaron is almost identical to macaroni.
Well, that settles
That
it.
is true.
I cannot believe this. To associate macaroons with macaroni.
Macaroni!
You, Monsieur Miller, are an insensible oaf.
Hey, why am I the bad guy? Come on, Cecile, wait! Cecile!
Miller ain't getting none tonight. He called macaroons macaroni. He's dead.
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You've been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
Ugh. You sound just like Monsieur Miller. When I complained, he simply said, "As long as it gets the job done." You people are such culinary savages. Allez tout vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Maybe she's had just the right amount.
You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am no different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968? The general strike that almost brought down the president?
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in '66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people. And the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the de Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more of a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it was like the hippies or something?
In some ways, perhaps. But we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes,
we tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
you had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem, while I hear Japan's student movements crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
The marijuana, dude! It was all in the marijuana! Okay, well, that means all that's left is Strangelove. How much could she possibly have to say, you would think, right?
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Don't you do it! Don't you do it!
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the imitation game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Wait, the female brain?
What's that supposed to mean?
What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see.
Incredible. Tell me about AI.
Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
Wow, incredible! What else can you tell me about expert systems?
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
Unless it's a sex machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough. I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to.
You've offended me greatly.
In reality,
Oh, fuck.
AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
What is that supposed to mean?
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive?
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Really? From the pupa to the butterfly.
Earlier,
From the
you called the
pupa.
mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly. and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
It's also short for bullshit. Just in case you didn't know.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Full House.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Huh. Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Truly incredible. Tell me about the boss. What did you know about the boss?
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along
Her
with her.
ass?
The Soviets beat
My
America
ass?
into space with Sputnik.
Everyone's
and so
ass?
America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
Okay. I'm interested all of a sudden.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
Okay. Shit.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
Yes. That horse loved... died the way it wanted to.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final
Yeah.
act?
Yeah.
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Shit. You might be right. Oh my god, it goes even deeper.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, You were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes. Back then, it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
True that. What are you gonna do here?
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me?
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Thank God for that.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions, is really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
Only if you make fun of Huey and step on him a little bit.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person.
True that.
Not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about
Have
it?
confidence.
There was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function. Just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem.
Yeah, all
he
that.
Did a fine
Very
job
true.
Of designing it. I'll give him that.
Huh. That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
Okay, so what she said is stop being such a little pussy boy.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Yeah. Do I?
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
So I'm making it too powerful, am I?
Number of warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option.
Unknown.
The president is dead.
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Damn, this is one hell of a recording.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed down by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had the chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women, and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men. Although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke.
The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said. And when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress. Not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding, of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times. But I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational. And yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie.
The joy.
I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, Heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. "Why?" I demanded. "How can you let yourself be their guinea pig?" Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. "Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe," she said, "because I'll do anything for the mission." She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced, and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer.
Loyal to myself.
The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow. I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first space flight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, as summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me. But that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen. And I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else. I found myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less. She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only 2 possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life. I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
Crazy backstory there.
Enter simulation date
August 24th.
Location.
Selinoyarsk, USSR.
Mission.
Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist.
Who is the agent?
Your student. Your most beloved.
Acknowledged. Define current mission progress.
With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action.
I take the scientist away from the agent.
What for?
As a gift when I defect.
Why are you defecting?
To reform my special forces unit with my former comrades in arms.
No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country?
I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection.
Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you?
In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer.
And then you launched it.
Launched? The nuke? Me?
That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory.
Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My...
Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base.
Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist, and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau.
Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning.
Affirmative.
Your apprentice returns for the scientist.
I send him away.
He doesn't give up.
I send my comrades to defeat him.
All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with a new weapon. Now, what is your course of action?
I fight him.
Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away?
I must fight him.
I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too?
I've been waiting for a long time.
You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth.
Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you.
I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die.
How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person.
Kill me. Kill me now.
Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning.
One must die, and one must live.
Stop it, damn you! Discontinue!
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful?
Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. I'll get it out of him. One way or another.
She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake, she wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. do it. Not because we loved each other, and not because you saved my life, but because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to
You
live.
have to live. Oh, do we have to listen to the whole thing?
She
I would do it if it were... Wait, I didn't even realize we're in friggin'... There we go. There you go. Message from Eva. Oh, she's got... Oh my god. Okay.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth, for the first time.
No way, Jose!
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA
election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High G tests, zero G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the US received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive.
She was going on a one-way trip. The American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept. For my country. For the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent.
The final one, chat.
And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her. Who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms. The father of her child. The man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon. But the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. Little Bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all.
Who's the little bird?
Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
Holy Lord, we've made it through the file library. Unless somebody else has something now to say because of that. Just quickly take a look at extra ops. Okay, vehicles. Okie dokie, chat. Well, we made it through that, so now pretty much everything going forward should be good for me and Jacato. Okay, so I'm missing Marksman Challenge 9. And 16 and 17. 20 and 21. We're still missing a pretty significant amount of stuff, it would seem. But Jacato will probably be able to better tell me what we gotta do to get those. In the meantime, we will save this. And then, chat, we will get our dailies done here quickly. Gotta do our dailies, my doggies. I guess we'll start with never. Phasmophobia by Alan Wake? What? There's a Phasmophobia Alan Wake mashup, dude? Crazy, man. Oh, I didn't reach my cap. We might try and do some bank heists tomorrow. We'll see. I can do some races now with my new motorcycle.
Recipient confirmed.
Which console does she need again? Right.
Hey Thor, time for my shift! Trust me. Fight it by zero!
I'll provide backup. As expected. I'll handle this. Route secured. Thank you for the waiting.
Get destroyed, Sonny. Hey, hey. Oh, dang. I didn't get the thing I was hoping for again.
Hey Thor, time for my shift! Let me take over.
Ow!
No loose ends. Appreciate the support.
No golds again? How very unlucky.
Time for my shift! Now it's my time to shine! I will... Let's finish this!
One moment is now designed. Spin and clear. Thank you for the waiting.
Rick, damn well didn't get the right one. Our first gold out of this, and it was not the one we were looking for.
Recipient confirmed.
Appraiser, does your Esper ability include mind reading?
Yoink.
I've delivered gifts for a lot of people, but I haven't received many gifts from...
Well, don't worry. Today is your day. You get gift. You are my gifted one. I can claim all. I'm incredible. I guess we can at least gain 100,000, although... Rig. I want all the games that I play reset at 3. So we've got 45 minutes to do that right now. Almost. Oh, we did drop over the 40K. Hell yeah. Okay, we want to go to our friend Blackbird. Dommy Mommy Blackbird? Oh, right. Hey, Tommy Mommy Blackbird, let me look at those toes. Yeah, I mean, look into your eyes.
Greetings. Welcome to your path ahead.
Bless me. With thine feet! Good bike. You stay right there.
Stay balanced.
Yeah, bike, stay balanced. Beep, beep, doo, doo, doo. Okay, that's everything except for photograph. Anomaly, pilgrimage, pink paws. Well, we're gonna go and do the pink paws. I guess we find a security office and see if I have any of those items to turn in. Where is a... Okay, here's one. Do 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 do. Wasn't me, officer, I swear. Do you have any proof that I ran over all those things? Officer Pikachu? Turn in lost items. We only have one. I heard somebody say, is anybody gonna help me? And I know there is another thing for fighting criminal scum. Where's all the criminals right now? Okay. Get off my bike. Criminals? Here, criminals. Criminal scum! That's what you get for being scummy.
Let me take over.
I'll provide backup. Now's the time.
You should not have been up to illegal behaviors. Very bad. Very naughty. Okay. Lost item has been turned in. Stop illegal activity. Okay, we'll get our other stuff done first, and then try and get the rest of this. I mean, the rest of the stuff isn't as important, honestly. We got the roll sauce, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. I'll just do the daily stuff in this. Collect the shit. Make sure that there's... I have to unload the friggin' dirty water. The goo. Steez is out here like Togito's #1 sip, and then there's so many players that are like, I hate that fucker. Fucking hold me back or I'll strangle that little fucking raccoon bitch. Chat, I'm going to be dead-ass honest. Don't remember if I fucking did the thing. No, I did, right? Yeah, I sold the elastic goods. We're at 57, so even if I were to check in right now, I would get, I'm pretty sure, exactly the amount you spend back. We do have the Wuling super shit bullshit, which is 18 days, so I'm not, like, super worried about completing this out. We still have friggin' like 3 weeks. Okay, that should be all of this looted. Our daily task, chat. What is it? La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Gather thorny Yazin. That's a thorny Yazin. That one's pretty thorny looking. Oh, frig me, Rick. There you go. That's the thorny Yazin. All collected. Okie dokie. This game was fun. It would let me create an environmental disaster. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What's the point if I can't even dump my hazardous fluids into fresh water? Just a little bit of fun. Is it too much to ask for? How many of these? Okay, we got up to 790. 'Tis a start. We got 2K batteries. Sugoi na. This we can level up, but we're not going to, because that's just the way. Ooh, 59. Okay, we're gonna purchase those out, though. You know I will. Somebody's got these at like friggin' 900%. I don't really care. 380, meh. We sleep on those. And 395. We'll continue to hold. We will hold the door. Oh shit, we've got another one of those. Cool, cool. Okay, that's all we really wanted to get done here. Okay. Time for Hokey. And then, depending on how we're feeling for time, maybe we'll go back to Neverness to Everness. Get some races done or something. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, we'll yoink these. What else do we got? All our weeklies are taken care of, aren't they? Cosmic data roaming. We need to get 3-star streamer. Okay, we're going to take a little bit more advantage of this while it's up.
fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Unlimited firepower.
Blessing in disguise. Bad omen. Don't thank me.
Wiped him out. This next round, real gaming.
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Test of luck. An explosive start.
This is Honkai.
No, this is Honkai Star Rail.
Bad omen. Don't thank me.
Feast your eyes,
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Test of luck. An explosive start.
This is Honkai.
Bad omen. Don't thank me.
Feast your eyes,
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Test of luck. An explosive start.
This is Honkai.
Bad omen. Don't thank me.
Feast your eyes,
Observe the heavens with my divinations. Test of luck. An explosive start.
This is Honkai.
Bad omen. Don't thank me.
Woo! Oh, another 10 of these? Wow, this is actually going incredibly well. I'm making progress. Okay, time to get friggity wiggity with it. I don't just get wiggity wiggity whack, I friggin' smiggity smiggity smack. We log in, and we have 726 of these bad boys, so let's hope we got some good gear on the horizon. Okay, we've got a level 35 box of explosives. Another 35 bow. That was all we got? For 710 of those, that's all we got? That's actually terrible. A new character?
Oh, the bigger the risk, the better the reward.
Another
May
one?
song bring us victory.
Oh, it's Robin? Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Be do do beep 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 do. Bow 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 now. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at my team lineup. We could have 960, 960, or 934 is my best options right now. Does not seem optimal. I feel like that's probably the actual better play. 10% chance of summoning a lightning bolt, dealing an additional damage of 140. I feel like those are the two better options. And we still don't have 1 million, but I guess let's see how we roll. I was really hoping we were going to get some good items in that freaking opening. And we did not get good items. It's quite disappointing, actually. This is not great.
Cut through the ranks. Watch this awesome move. Come get me. Try that again. Try that again.
They really have a lot of problems surpassing. See, they don't really hit the other dudes either, do they? We can try and make it further in this raid. I wonder if going back to earlier levels as well, if getting a higher ranking will get me anything. We got a couple of floors extra there, but nothing crazy. Invite friends. I'm curious to see. Like, we go back to Herda. Chapter cleared. Okay, but I can't choose any of these fights. All I can do... Wait. It's not even letting me... It's not even letting me change fight. These are really our only options. My only question really is... Does the damage type matter against this guy? If I go recommended, like... This is the recommended team. It's weaker than my previous lineup was. But apparently it's recommended. So let's see how these guys do, I guess. So yeah, I know you can go back and fight. See, I don't know if Adventurine actually uses any shields or anything.
Spend freely.
She's already gone.
Cut through the rest. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. It's on me.
Oh, he does heal. Interesting. But he still died. So that's all you really can do, eh? Is just return to the previous stage?
Converge and awaken. Sword, heed me.
Spend freely.
Yeah, everybody's reached their level cap. There ain't anything we can really do here. Let's see, if I do raid with this team, are they able to make a little bit more headway? Well, that was good. That was real good damage. I was like friggin' 10 health bars.
Through the ranks. Watch this awesome move.
Does the Stellaron change your pants?
Gather as one.
Because I would. Okay, we didn't make it any further than we did before. We made it to the same. Oh, we made it one less, actually. Recommended traits, though. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's try and go with an in-pair team. And see how she goes this time. Does Monkey Boy have a team that they don't like?
Unite our goal. Cloud scattered. Storm vanished. Try that again.
Yeah, they're... I'm pretty confident they're going to beat the floor that we were stuck at before. We're already at 71 and we have 20 seconds. I'm feeling pretty confident about this crew.
Let us dance once more. Watch this awesome move. Dream vanished. Try that again.
So the question now becomes, does Monkey have a specific weakness? Oh my god, we're almost... Okay, come on. They're so close, you got it. Oh no. They were literally like one hit off from maxing that out. This one doesn't really matter as much. I guess we can give it a shot. This one doesn't matter really quite as much.
In the name of preservation! Come get me! Sword, heed me!
I could just try and take my strongest characters based off of star power. See how that method runs.
Rules are made to be broken.
World cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks. Sword, heed me.
Oh, actually, okay. After they all ulted, this is definitely looking a lot more promising now. Okay, dag, dude. Dag! Okay, let's do some draws. 24 draws. Hopefully we get some good characters. Okay. A 4-star March. A 4-star Jingyu. Okay, so she... Okay, first... Oh, wait! Shit! Huge! Leader, details. Oh, okay, no, that's my leader. Is there a way that I can get details on this monkey? Its likes, its dislikes. Okay, so we are using the Impair team right now. There's no way you can... Leader ability... Maybe Impair is, like, the way to go for this guy, though, so that he doesn't hit as hard.
Land forward.
Let us dance once more. Watch this awesome
Yeah,
move.
monkey, watch this awesome move.
Unite our world. Try that again. Cloud scatter. Dream vanished. Try that again.
He's gone berserk, but it won't matter. You know what will matter? The fact they hit me with garb boots, dude. Friggin' give me something better than that.
Time for the master stroke.
The master beta. Oh, Lulu. Lulu. He's master stroking. Hopefully we get something good. Open 600, 700. Okay, freaking money. This is the issue. Money isn't really all that good. I mean, it will be once I can finally continue leveling my character past their current cap. But until that time happens, it doesn't do me a heck of a lot of good. Here we go, finally. Little uppy, we needed that. Watching live streams is way more fun than classes at the Lyceum. Wow, you're skipping school so that you can watch the stream? I love you.
Trying to pull a fast one. Spend freely.
triple ult.
Show no mercy.
Cut through the ranks.
Huge triple gold.
Come get me.
Jing Liu seems like he's pretty good. Okay, now that I say that, Jing Liu's almost dead. But he survived long enough. He just survived until the end. Like Serval. Okay, let me... Okay, take a look. Auto-equip. Oh, shit, that's huge. We got the third slot. Huge. We'll take that. We'll take our talent points and flesh those out. We'll take our little capsules, our gachapon. Finally, something good. We needed that.
Spend freely.
My friend went to Fixal Garden to test her courage, hasn't come back. Should I go look for her? Yeah, you should. Setting off now. Safety first. You can do it. Don't die. You're gonna become abducted by ghosts. Alien ghosts.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Bottle one. What's going on here? Why didn't we move to this?
Come get me.
Spend freely.
Battle one. Okay, there we go. Okay, we need 10 mil more. Doesn't really tell us what this guy's wink against, what he's weak against. But we'll do a big mass roll. We got another Lucha. We got a me. We got more Lucha. We got more me.
With your skills, we'll get out of this in one piece.
Oh.
Right?
Jiaqui. You're the guy. Okay. Intriguing. Okay, let me see here. We could go for a Power Strike team. And we believe, chat, we believe that hopefully this is the way. We got 10 gift subs. Wait, is there 2 MCs? Did I see that right? Leave my girl alone.
Rules are made to be broken.
One
Cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks.
They're doing good damage, but some of the team is looking like they're in a pretty bad spot right now. Oh god! Okay. Hell yeah. Freaking weird ass looking goat. Want to learn swordplay? Come to the Xianqiu La Fu. Train under a master and you'll end up fast. You'll level up fast, graduate in half a month with skills to last. Pick from 100 divine blades at your leisure. Spin a sword, flourish, and watch the crowd cheer with pleasure. Double 6D, what do you think of this verse? I learned it from Miss Guinevere. Pretty catchy, right? Why not pick up something more productive? It might be because the Xianqiu swordplay made an appearance on your stream, but the Cloud Knights just got a ton of registrations. Martial training isn't just about preparing for battle, it's also about staying fit and healthy. Getting people interested is definitely a good thing. If you think about it, the last line should be changed to the IPC executives until they're on their knees begging for mercy. Now that's more like it. Well, if it isn't teaching assistant, if it isn't the teaching assistant, long time no see. I heard you've gotten pretty strong. When are you gonna spar with me? Master Yun Li's doing PR for Master Yan Jing. Times have changed. I use a lightsaber now. What? So what? I've seen all kinds of fancy swords. If it can cut, I can cleave through anything. Enough chit-chat. Yanqing, didn't you say you were going live today and invited some real pros? Let's hand the spotlight over to them. Got it. Switching the feed over now. Oh my god. It's my favorite two Foxy and Tommy mommies. And my other favorite Foxy and Tommy mommy. Some kid I don't even know. General Jing Yuan invited me to drop by your stream. Huh. Quite the crowd you've got here. Let's cut to the chase. If you've been invited to vouch for the Xianqiu swordplay, you ought to show some sincerity. So, if any of you in the audience have any questions, now's the time to ask. The Merlin's Claw and I'll do our best to answer them. Let's see those bullet comments fly. Hurry up and ask questions. Does everyone on the Xianqiu know martial arts? Who's the next general? Who will General Jing Yuan appoint? Ha, quite the crowd, isn't it? General Jing Yuan, looks like we've got our work cut out for us. Promoting the Xianqiu Alliance counts as official business after all. So please, Double 6D, pick whatever interests you and fire away. Everyone on the Xianqiu knows martial arts? I am curious. Candidates for the next general are... No. Teach us the secrets of swordplay. Follow my routine. Wake up at the crack of dawn, run a 100-mile sprint 10 times over, and spend every spare moment sparring with training dummies. When it comes to martial arts, a strong body is the foundation of everything. But I wager just that getting up early part alone would trip up quite a few folks. Coming from the Merlin's claws, those words seem to carry a deeper meaning. There's an old saying, the day's plan begins at dawn. Strategy requires a clear mind, and naturally, one must do it when most lucid. Reclining with the eyes closed in contemplation, how could that possibly be called sleeping in? Just have a little fun with what the Merlin Claw said. Please don't try this at home, fuckers. Is everybody on the Xian Chao martial artists? Indeed. Or the slogan Xian Chao soars, Cloud Knight roars would just be empty bluster, wouldn't it? Take the Skyfaring Commission, Amy Cassidy, for example. She might look like a delicate Foxian lady, yet in Plan Arcadia, she earned the reputation of being the #1 assassin. If even ordinary staff are like this, you can see just how deeply martial culture runs in the Xian Chao. That's me! Just as General Jing Yuan said, the Xian Chao's #1 assassin stands right before you. Dare you maintain eye contact with me for 10 seconds? Oh, I would. I could watch this all day. No wonder Cloud Ford is crawling with monsters. They're using it as training grounds. I like it. I'm curious, who is the candidate for the next general? Should be me. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I wasn't the one who brought it up, but I admit I'm rather curious about it myself. That's a sharp question. Luofu internal affairs aren't my place to weigh in on. Best to leave that to General Jing Yuan. In terms of sheer ability, no one aboard the Luofu can hold a candle to Lady Fu. She'd be the most fitting successor to the position of general. But I knew there was going to be a twist. Lady Fu is far too important to the Xian Chao Luofu. If the Divination Commission were to lose her guidance, it would inevitably descend into chaos. Therefore, until a successor for the Master Diviner position is confirmed, I cannot make such arrangements on my own authority. I've heard that a diviner named Quinque is sharp as a tack, quick-witted to boot. If she can grow into her potential and take the mantle of Master Diviner, I'd feel confident stepping aside and making Lady Fu's advancement. Quinque, Fu Xuan's future rests on your shoulders. Oh, I've heard that recently the Seer strategist recommended the diviner Quinque as the successor to the Looks like Master Diviner Fu will have to wait a bit longer. Ha ha ha! That's precisely why succession can't be rushed. When the time is right, everything falls into place naturally. Very well. We've been at this for quite some time now. I think we can wrap up today's Q&A here. Must be exhausting after listening to us go on for so long. The culture of the Xian Chao runs deep, and is too much to cover in a brief transmission. If you're interested, why not visit in person? Even sampling a few pastries in Arum Alley, or catching some storytelling at the Exalting Sanctum would be worth your time. You can also head to the Sky Splitter for some matches. Very well. When the War Dance ceremony is held, I'll have someone send you an invitation. Well then, everyone, till we meet again. Oh, we got double level of Pentagonia? Oh, hell yeah! Okay, we're level 50. We're level 50. Level 50.
ends here.
We'll go attack by 20%, obviously. Team lineup, who's my best? These guys are my best right now. We'll wait until we run into any major setbacks. But it seems they're doing just fine. Just passing by, gonna lurk. We're here at the City of Dreams.
Sword, eat me.
Come on, be something good. A stole Adventurine's jacket? Hell yeah. Hell yeah! We're pretty close to being able to do this. I don't think it's going to be too bad. Maybe it'll be a little bad. We'll see. Worst comes to worst. Oh, shit. I might have missed it.
Are made to be broken.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks.
My hands are just itching to pull something. You don't need to pull it, though. You're doing fine. Nobody's even a little dead. Okay, but now we might be a little dead. He's going berserk. Okay, we're alive. Come on, who's it gonna be?
Don't be
Oh,
nervous.
Firefly,
Just
okay.
cooperate with me like you did before.
Okay, okay. Go to lineup. Okay, she's bigly as well. Recommended, she's gonna bring us up to 1.59. Come on. Replace. There we go. We do not want to replace. That's the first time I've seen something of a lower quality. That's huge. You are this. Definition, yeah, definition. Ooh, another big up here. Okay. I'm curious to see, what is our new raid? Dirt. Recommended trait is Yaha. Let's go for it. Realistically, not worth it, but at the same time, is because... Or no way, we're going for the deers, and never mind. Forget what I was saying. Let me hit the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back.
It's on me.
Receive divinity.
Show no mercy.
Cut through the ranks.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Sword, heed me.
Receive divinity.
Floor 11. Floor 11 in the good or the bad way? Oh. The bad way. We barely made any proggy there. So we went in that fully buffed. Holy shit.
Share good fortunes.
Deceived me.
Cocolia just got goober whacked.
Unite our goals. Cloud scatter. Bring it.
Okay. We can just replace this. That would be huge. Aw, frig, I didn't get to respond to that either. Okay, we're good. Sweet gorilla, just let me respond. Heard you're streaming live, Argenti. So I have traveled from afar for this occasion. I offer you my sincerest blessings. Tell me, at this very moment, what kind of compliment would you most like to hear? Compliment my streaming skills. 6D, you are the light illuminating the virtual world, bringing hope to the disoriented souls. People gather here from all corners to witness the completion of the tower. Allow me to bask in your splendor of beauty. Perfect timing. Since we're all here for this grand event, may I be as bold as to pose a question to everyone in stream? I admit it. I must admit it. Idrilla's beauty is peerless. Praise be to beauty! By the beauty on high, may the goddess protect us both. That's one sexy Adrilli. Oh shit. Build up or burst? I feel like... Ooh, this is a tough one. Force field to all deploy it. I mean, I think maybe actually force field is pretty good. This damn stupid monkey. Activate all base talent nodes. Six teams to level 60. We don't need to draw yet. We could draw if we really wanted to. But we are so good. We're a pro streamer, baby. We hit the 3 stars. If you've done wrong, if the guilt of your sins weighs heavy on your heart, if you fear the seed of evil has taken root within, confess here, and they shall hear your repentance and deliver a just verdict. Weren't you busy with that Phantasmoon Games matter? Haha! Though it's been quite some time since I left my position as the Bronze Melodia of the Oak family, I still receive letters of confession from time to time during my travels. People's desire for repentance hasn't faded. If anything, it's only grown stronger as the network expands. But that's why I've opened a confessional live stream. Whoa, dude. Don't get all gaudy on me. You been making money behind our backs? I don't charge confessors additional fees. The soul-stirring stories they share are payment enough. I get the feeling there's more to what you're saying. Today's confessional live stream is about to begin. Stay tuned. What hidden secrets from the past will this guest reveal? Come to me, my friend. I have sought their presence with us. Holy forkin' shirt balls, eh, partner? They think they're some kind of IPC dog. All I did was point my gun at a little fudge head's noggin and ask where I could get myself a decent wing burger. How the fudge did I land me here? Well, since you're already here, I've got a gist of what's going on here with you. We can shoot the breeze for a bit. A few swigs of malt juice won't hurt, right? As you wish, please begin your confession. I've loved before, more than one, in fact. Ha ha. All diggity fudge, according to what the report says, my love was raging and unstoppable like a tidal wave. I loved each and every one of them equally, without a lick of favoritism or holding back. Your comment's totally on theme for this live stream. Huh, right? Some folks say I got a foul mouth, but if you ask me, they just don't understand how much I care. Very well. They are aware of your sin. So then, do you feel remorse for this? And will you sincerely mend your ways? Oh, the fudge in hell with regret. I ain't loved enough yet. Not just that. I'ma find all the other folks starving for love and give them a whole heap of it. Whoa! This guest seems a little bit worked up. They need a moment to cool down. Please step forward, our next friend. Oh, hello! I have something I wish to confess. I once altered someone's memories out of selfish motives. You being here makes perfect sense. Thank you. If I had the chance, I'd like to walk this path myself. After all, the memories people buried deepest in their hearts. To a memo keeper, those are worth their weight in gold. Very well, but you still haven't been entirely forthcoming with them. Please elaborate. When, where, and whose memories did you alter? Treating me like a suspect, are we? Doesn't matter, I'll tell you everything. In the depths of a dream, I was invited to the scene of a crime. There I played a little detective game with a certain self-absorbed fool. She fabricated the case. I pursued the truth. Until, mask after mask, lie after lie, they were all peeled away. Shall I continue, my dear victim? Miss Sparkle? Wait, you're a fake? I knew it all along! Oh, the confessor realizes they're the victim in the very story being told. What a delicious twist! So it's Sparkle. No wonder the victim is Sparkle. It's Sparkle. Ha! Sparkle was acting the whole time. So this is what you meant by masks and lies. Oh my, darling. I can hardly contain my applause. Did you come all this way just to expose me? Or are you itching for another little game? Miss Sparkle is always ready to play anytime. Just a friendly reminder, even in a virtual world, don't get too carried away. Otherwise, you might attract some unwanted attention. The people involved will arrive soon. You'd better leave now. Ah, this is so boring. All right, show's over. To all my lovely viewers out there, fuck you! I swear to God, I smelt my brother for a second. I swear. The screen's still on, so they can't have gone far. Wait, this is Double 6D's live stream. Hello, Miss Robin. The superstar has arrived. Everyone on your feet. And then under her feet. Hello, everyone. I had heard you'd become a popular streamer, but I never imagined we'd end up connecting like this. I just received a report from the Bloodhound family that they've spotted someone who might be the former Oak family head nearby, so I rushed over. I didn't have time to prepare any special gifts. Please forgive. Oh, I got it. It's a rare chance for me to appear on your live stream. Let me sing a song for your audience. Boop, boop, boo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boot doo 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 boot boo doo. What a banger. What an absolute banger. Do we have 5 of these? We have 10 of these. Let's go survivability. We can do it. We can start making our way to level 60, although... Oh, we made it? We won't make it with our Foxy and Mama.
Until everything burns to ashes!
Yeah, you better not try... Oh, okay.
Share good fortune. Dream vanished. Cloud sky.
Level-wise, it's downgrade, but overall, it's an upgrade.
Until everything burns to ashes!
Ooh, 2.3 mil? Okay, this one might be the danger zone. We might want to do a draw here.
There are only 2 kinds of people in the world.
Those with
Those with
guns
a loaded
and
gun,
those who are digging.
Those who dig their own grave.
Oh, shit. He did. It is actually. I think that's Butch Cassidy and. No, that's actually a Clint Eastwood movie. A Fistful of Dollars? No. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
Did you come here of your own volition? Or...
I will walk with you, watch over you, and guide you on your path.
Tell your sister to step on me. Sheesh, we got some 4 stars over here. Okay, this begs the question, who's the best to be rocking right now? 2.13? I'm broke, boy. Yeehaw. Okay, 5 more characters, and then travel companions is finished out. Sorry, something had come in, but fucking gotta go. Bye. Love you. Next time we'll kiss on the lips, okay? I'm enjoying this. Stay with me forever. Good thing you texted me. You want to be a streamer too? Me. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I'm not much of a gamer, let alone up to... Anyway, say cheese. Now show me your butt.
Dream vanished.
Show toes! We didn't even take damage, and we weren't even the recommended... We weren't even the recommended level for this. Come Come on, big spin to win. It's Blade.
To send you.
Who do you think you are besides Blade? Obviously, that would be the answer, but... Do we want to use Blade? I'll allow it for now. I could level... fuck it.
In the name of preservation!
Sword, eat me.
Your end approaches. Fail to send you.
Take courage. This ends here.
Rise.
Blade and the Imbibidor. That's actually an interesting team combo. Once friends, then enemies, then friends again.
In the name of preservation!
The fight is set.
Come get me.
Wonder if I could get any further on the dirt now. Or if they want you to start teaming up with friends to do these.
Sword, eat me.
Fail to send you.
Is this the ultimate team for this, I wonder? 2.26. Let's apply. Oh, it does bring it back, but it's okay. They're already almost as much damage as that the last group have done. Shirt my forkin' cheeseburger. Get shirt.
Let us dance once
Forkin'
more.
Those below good. Brave.
Unite our goals.
Easy and huge gains. Okay, we're definitely taking that. We're taking those shoes. Battle's been won. We're taking our privilege. Go talent, which we have 10 of now, and we're going to unlock yonder. Yandere, my pondere. Take that, and I don't think we really need to worry about our team lineup here. Seems like we're good.
Let's do it!
Share good fortune. I deserve everything. Burn to ashes!
Bring it on!
Unite our goals.
Got another 50 pull. That's good. If we pull that... Okay, yes, nice. Sugoi. They recommend 2.7, but we don't care about recommendations. We're going to roll. Doing a 50 pull. We are feeling confident. No new characters. But some of our characters did get juiced. Very juicy indeed. We're gonna go with this lineup because it's also juiced. And get in there, yo. Okay.
Share good fortunes. Cloud star. Dream vanished. Until everything burns to ashes! Let us dance once more.
Both done.
Cloud star. Dream vanished.
Okay, now we're looking good on our damage output here.
Dream vanished. Cloud scatter.
Let's do it. Preparing to feed.
Oh, you just got rocked. Huge hitters. Holy shit! Right night streamu. Yeah, I didn't really plan on going this late, but hey, I got a long weekend ahead of me. So, there's that. And then I was really, like, I thought I was going to maybe do a couple of these, and then we were just going to get, like, stuck again. But now the team is looking darn good, Dub, so we just kind of got to roll now, you know? Just roll with it. We will probably wrap up pretty soon here. It is almost 4 o'clock. It's a little late, and I haven't really had a proper dinner. And I might kind of want to watch an episode or two of Zombieland Saga. You know, just like 1 or 2 casual episodes there, but just a fucking, you know, fucking watch. Also, I don't know, maybe Colorado has played game 1 against Vegas, and I want to watch Colorado destroy Vegas. Seeing as Vegas took out the Ducks, and that makes me so mad. I wanted to see the Ducks versus Colorado. That would have been a sick friggin' playoff series. Oh, 66D, are we connected? Sorry to interrupt while you're gaming. It is sudden. But I believe the time has come to announce it. Perfect timing, too. With all these eyes on us, just try not to get nervous, okay? Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. She's going to propose to me. This is it, Dubbaroo. Topaz is going to be like, I've always loved you and your butt cheeks. I, Topaz of the Strategic Investment Department, hereby request to join the Astral Express. Please apply to Himeko in person. I know, I just saw you streaming and I figured I'd drop in advance. Huh, what? Not happy to see me? All right, enough joking around. So, you two, does this mean I'm done with my adventure mission? Join the Express! Knew it was fake. I knew it. Dang, I actually believed it. I got played. There. Ha ha ha. I believe you, really. Don't tell me an exec is actually jumping ship. Judging by the live stream's reactions, most people seem to believe it. It looks like the IPC's image management efforts haven't quite hit the mark. But whether the adventure complete, shouldn't that be for the audience to decide? What do you think, my esteemed streamer friend? Not too shabby. Thanks, but judging by the live stream chat, seems like they're not satisfied. No worries. I've got another surprise ready for them. Rather extraordinary item is about to go up for auction. No, not her beloved pig. Oink, oink. Oh, sorry, this isn't the item for sale. Numby, when did you sneak out? What surprise, I can't wait. Got a feeling it's gonna be big. Knew it was fake. Numby, so cute. Numby on screen, chonky. Oh, now this is the real show. Hi, Numby. What's up for auction? Oh, a diting? But back to business. I'm here today to bring you a masterpiece crafted by the utmost devotion of a master artisan of the Artisanship Commission. It is a very special diting. I bet the bullet comments are already flooding with, "That's it?" I know you're all anxious, but hold your horses. What makes this diting so special, you ask? Well, let me demonstrate what makes it unique. Woof, woof. You're such a diligent worker. My work memories are still haunting me. Ha ha! The craftsman originally intended to expand the Daitin's voice library and casually fed it in some trending phrases. But the Ingenium learning capacity turned out to be pretty limited. Only a few phrases actually stuck. Pretty rare, wouldn't you say? I paid a hefty sum for this one, so everyone, let's hear your offers. Double 6D, you can join in too. Fine. I bid 50. Very well, though modest, the bid shows intent. Welcome our first buyer. Bidder would be more proper. Small blinds on me. No way I'm not calling. 100,000 credits. Wow, dude, that... You really upped me. It seems crazy. 50 for real? Streamer is so broke. I bid 100. I bid 200. Fucking okay. 100K. I'm too broke for this. I'm out. Feel that. I feel that, viewer. We're at 100,000. Hold on. Someone in live stream just bid 300,000, 500,000. I'm not seeing. Oh wait. Where is this? There's 100K. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 500K already? I didn't see who actually... I think she's fucking inflating artificially. How about I sweeten the deal with 7 extra days paid vacation? Sold! The complaining dieting now belongs to Madam Jade. May I ask how you plan to take care of it? Little Jelena, you've been complaining about feeling unmotivated lately, haven't you? Proper employee incentives are crucial for boosting morale. This eloquent little ingenium can stay right at your workstation. That way, you'll get to hear its praise every single day. Do you like it? Trust me, you're going to love it. I knew I shouldn't have brought you two to the auction. Numby, we're gonna have our hands full from now on. Woof woof, boss hit the jackpot. My turn. Adventurine's the name. Strategic Investment Department. What I've got for you today is a deal of considerable value. Oh? You chose a dare as well? But where's your auction item? I don't see it anywhere. Isn't it right in front of us? Wait. It's Adventurine himself? Panning for gold, huh? Friend, you're amusing. I was involved in the development of currency wars. I know what you're getting at. If the price is right, I'm certainly open to switching sides, but you see, look, my colleagues are all watching. Let's save this kind of talk that might you give my bosses the wrong idea for a more private occasion. No matter, the highest bidder wins both the rule of auction and the iron law of the workplace. Should Director Adventurine agree, I will not object. But to outbid even Madame Jade would not be an easy feat. Don't get in over your head. Very well, as everybody knows, sincerity is paramount to business, so I've made some special preparations. Who the frig? Wait, is he bidding on himself? I'm a modest token for gourd fortune. May the Astral Express future voyages sail smoothly, and may all prosper. Thanks, bro. You're so generous. Think nothing of it. It was simple courtesy. Your friend in the business I value most. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Oh, and Thorius has got 2 stages? What's in the gachapon, chat? It's fat loot! Oh, I've got to raise them to level 70 now? I didn't even get this one up to level 60 yet. And I'm too broke.
Share good fortune. Cloudstar. Until everything burns to ashes!
Okay, for this we need to draw 600 times. We must be getting close, though. Wait, what's the Goliath doing here? Regenerates ultimate. Incredible. Oh, yes.
Unite our goal.
Only fools do. Okay, this one's gonna be 20. I don't know if we want to go that far in just yet. 30 seconds after the start of battle, all allies' damage increases by 40 until the end of combat. Ooh, maybe I just go yada bomb, yada bing, yada... Yada? Yada, 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 yada. Oh my wa, Mushinderu shoes. The greatest prophecy you'll ever see, front row. Brienne hard carries? You're damn right. Can you teach me how to tell them apart? I want some oatmeal too. I think you might be in the wrong channel, bro. What are you talking about? Red hair, little angel. 102K? That was a huge uppie. It's like I haven't gotten a new pair of shoes in 3 weeks. Oh, it's my wife, Casterus. What does she do? Increases all allies' lifesteal by 2%. Yas! Oh no, everybody died. Lifesteal or not, it seems not to matter. We must away, chat. Oh, the team that I'm using currently is considered the best team. But what if we go for a slightly weaker team, but we see if they can sustain? Well, let's go with the impair team and see how they do. Okay, we might have hit that limit. Okay, everybody has died. Thank you. I die now. Double welt. Friggin' Svarog, the nerd. Another welt. Another Sunday. Okay. We got a couple of 4 stars there. Let's see. 3.2. We'll put them in. I can't finish leveling them out. This is sad. This might be as far as we can make it. It seems the team is getting wrecked. Our frontliners already dead. Okay, I see how she goes. Okay, let's see how much proggy we can make on the dirt. Oh, wait, we can have... Wait. We can have a Chrysos heir? We do not have a Chrysos heir to spare, though, is the problem here. We do not has, chat. We do not has Cheeseburger. But let's see how we do.
And awaken.
Let's do it.
Okay, well, we've already pretty much made more progress than we did last time, so that's uppy. We've made double the progress already. We likely won't clear, but if we can get to floor 40, maybe even 50, which we look like we're gonna do, we should make a bunch of passive income when we're not playing the game. We even made it to 60. We might make it to 70. It really depends on how hard these ultis hit. Oh, 69. Nice. The ult with 3 seconds left. Great timing. Okay, all things considered, better than what I was expecting there. Very, very nice. Okay, Yan Qing has made it to level 69. Nice. Okay, bring me home some big jimmies, my fam. My family. My girl is getting beat like fucking nothing else matters. Oh, this guy is built different, chat. We haven't even finished our first floor yet. Okay, we are not making it far on this one. We've got a group ult popping, though. This could be a good sign.
Need to be broken.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks.
Rise.
Sword, heed me.
Streamer is so good. I bet 5 credits the little raccoon one-shots the boss. I think that you're a little late on making that prediction. And I think that prediction is hugely incorrect. I don't know if you're watching the same stream I'm watching, but no. Streamer is not one-tapping. You fucking crazy gooner. We made 10 floors, bro. And we get 50 an hour? Okay, that's decent. That's decent. That's decent. That's aight. That's cool. That's chill. Yeah, that dude is absolutely clapping MC cheeks. Let's see. We could go with Blade and see if Blade brings anything else. Blade's already greatly, and he's dead. Okay, yeah, they are fucking us up pretty badly. We're dying so fast. Okay. What if we go instant damage, though? Let's see if this composition will do any better. Okay, let's try a draw here. New character?
I wish that death may protect
my wife! Hell yeah! Oh, that is the best.
May the trailblaze fulfill the promise of love with me.
Wow. I love you, Cyrene. But I think our better Chrysos heir. Oh, it is still going to be Cyrene? 33 mil? $37, that's the highest we can take her, eh? Let's hope that it's enough, chat. We're still alive, which means we're still alive. I would have preferred it to be Cyrene, or Casper's, to be honest. But I bet Cyrene probably is a healer, isn't she?
Made to be broken.
World cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks. Cleanse hatred with love.
Something's healing him, which wasn't happening before. Or at least not fast enough to actually keep us alive. Hell yeah! Well, Cyrene came in clutch. Little Guise and Hikis? Why? Where is she learning such naughty language from? You better put that dirty mouth of yours away. Back in the closet where it belongs, you Hikis. Hikis Dukin! Ooh, nice. Nice. Thanks for the gift, Shushwang. Schwang Schwingler. Shiggity shoogity shwa.
Rules are made to be broken.
World cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks. Meaning destruction with me. Come get me. Sword, heed me.
Ooh, that's a huge... That is not a huge one. La da 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 ba da 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 da. Streamer, can you do a little Ika impression? I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Super accurate. I'm the greatest Ika of all time. Fat Horse would totally agree. Okay, she's actually caught up. My little Cyrene, my Cyrene. Hey, my boy Argenti dropping some friggin' we'll call them bits. He wants me to get another Cyrene.
You're made to be broken.
Blood cleansing dragon.
You were a fish. That was a dragon.
Cleanse hatred with love. Come get me.
Rise.
I admire your courage. I want to eat Chef Finon's fried rice. The bright sun. The wheel spins forevermore. You hear that, Finon? Somebody wants to eat your fried rice, I guess. Network unstable. Your signal has been lost. Reconnecting, reconnecting, reconnecting. Unidentified signal detected. Connecting. IP origin Amphorius, the eternal land. It's Cynthia. From the first spark of life to the birth of species, from the continuity of knowledge to dreams of reaching the cosmos, our quest for truth never ceases. Behold, the dawn device has only just cast its first light. The bell toll of a lucid hour has only just sounded. And teaching assistant Hyacinth has already arrived at the Garden of Life, waiting for her. Professor Anaxagoras is in the midst of a lecture, and the fairies listen attentively. You got my name right. Well done. But keep it down, won't you? We mustn't disrupt the class. Oh, we've already done 2 quints overtime. Don't worry, Cassie. I haven't forgotten about the filming. It's just that there's a lot of teaching prep to cover today, and I'm still teaching the fairies. Miss Hyacinth! Oh, great, long time no see. I heard you've gotten super popular in the World Wide Web. Don't forget to follow me back, okay? Returning to the lesson, I've heard that upon a space station adrift in the cosmos, a dog shoulders vital research duties. Thus we see, intellect is not confined to any species. Knowledge grants equality. So then, here's my question. Who among you is willing to join the astronautical research? Ma'am, instead of building rockets here, might as well go back to the maze and plant earthy soybeans, ma'am. Assistant Hyacinth, your area of expertise happens to align with the sky, and you're familiar with the Grove's research protocols. Why not set an example for the fairies and be the first to join in? I mean, I'm definitely interested, but Professor Anaxa, didn't Lady Aglaia explicitly forbid you from doing any more test flights? Because you locked a fairy in the cockpit? None of those. No, no, no. During the first test flight, Professor Anaxa strapped himself to the cockpit seat. We were terrified. Without commitment, how could one dream of surpassing the sky? No matter, I'll ask another student. Once I show up, those geniuses are going to have a real headache on their hands. Miss Castoris is here! Wait, where? Stop jumping ahead. She's not here yet. It's these fucking hikers. Beyond the sparksies of knowledge, the spirit of competition thrives equally in this city. The foreign hero and the crowned prince of strife. Their rivalry remains the Bath's favorite topic. Ha! Professor Anaxa asked me to grab some books from the library of Kremnos. But man, these things are heavier than I thought. For only having 5 words in their language, they're crazy thick. Have I neglected training in favor of those dusty relics? Not at all. Rather, you spend your days studying recipes. Better not grow so accustomed to ladles that you forget how to wield a spear. Ah, spare me your concern. Oh, right! Since I have 666D on the line, there is something I'd like to ask you about. If we were the host of an athletic competition across Amphorius, since it'd be in Akama, we could just call it the Alchemic Games. Aside from the standard events, what competitions will really captivate the audience and get everybody talking? Cue the Yao Xing get 'em balling. Is this some weird rhyme from beyond the sky? It didn't rhyme for me. The Yao Xing Yao Qing. I've heard of Dan Heng mention it before. It's a martial city-state, right? I remember them calling the Foxian Squad. Sounds good. I'll draft an invitation, and when the day comes, I'll have Professor Anaxa rocket the delivery. Cypher can race Bailu. That's High Elder from the Alchemy Commission. I'd only heard stories about her healing the sick and saving lives. I figured she'd be like Miss Hyacinth, more suited to staying at the rear as a medic. Never figured her for an athletic powerhouse. Lady Bailu runs real fast. This competition is way too hardcore. I remember she also has a tail? Could that be the secret to her incredible speed? Pit Mighty and Blade against each other in a test of endurance. Ha! I understand. Mighty Mouse challenges everyone to scalding bath contests. If the equally immortal Blade were present, the outcome would be uncertain. You're the one who challenged me, Haikus. That's sufficient, right? That's good. I did good, right? I did good. I do good. All right, then. Miss Castra's champion of Akama's arm wrestling tournament will hold on to the tablet for you. Come out and say hi to everyone. My wife! Okay, now you can start freaking out about Castoris. Miss Castoris is here! Greetings, 666D. My apologies for not saying hello earlier. I was busy operating the camera. Lady Aguilaya is planning to make a documentary about Amphorius, and I'm in charge of writing the script and handling the camera. Reaching out was my idea. I hope I'm not interrupting you or your viewers. When the shoot is finished, make sure I get to see it. Naturally. You appear in it as well. Once it's complete, I'll share it with the live stream. Well then, I won't take up any more of your time. We'll see each other again. Network unstable. Your signal has been lost. What are you doing here, Herta? This isn't your fucking time. I knew it was you. Picked up an aberrant signal, so I came to check it out. Looks like that book's influence connected your stream to the nebula. How's Amphorius doing right now? Not weird at all. Think of it like this. Have you ever baked a cake? I've been baked. Amphorius is undergoing rebirth, like a cake within an oven. The ingredients are mixed, whisked to perfection, the door is shut, and you can't see what's going on inside. Now, we simply wait. As its process of gradual congealment, worlds born from memory zones need time to evolve and stabilize. I want to meet them soon! They're so cute, I'm going to spank them! Of course, every once in a while, you get situations like what you're dealing with now. A super low probability signal coupling. Not too shabby, right? Alright. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up and logging off. Oh, Plain Arcadia's even here? Okay, I gotta get everybody up to level 70. Okay, we got 24. We can go for preservation. Complete 7 live link-ups. Complete 9 live link-ups.
Sword, heed me.
Oh, hers are more expensive than a regular slot, I see. We'll get her up to level 7. We'll get everybody up to level 70. We also have enough for a roll.
World cleansing dragon.
Cut through the ranks. Like destruction with me. Sword, heed me.
In the name of preservation.
Rise.
Come get me.
Okay, buggers. The privilege. We will go like so. We'll do a mass draw of 50. Who could it be?
Just turn on auto. I'll carry.
Oh, shit! I feel like you're earlier than you're supposed to be.
The night will soon fall.
Okay, Dami Mami.
With this newborn son, tear open the sky.
Why do you sound so scary, Finon?
Oh, this old wolf hasn't lost all his fangs yet.
Dear viewers, I've kept you waiting.
Hey, it's my girl!
May you have the best of luck.
It's my other
Explosive
girl! Oh, that's a huge pull right there. I'm pulling it, my wiener, that is. I'm pulling it. I'm pulling it. Okay, this gets to bring out Castorus. You know I'm friggin' in for a Castorus. In for a buck, in for a Castorice. Every time, it maxes out at 69. Oh, huge uppies.
Sword, heed me.
Bring it on.
Converge and awaken.
What's this all about? Unlock 30 characters? Okay, nice. Nice. Is the Song of the Sea Siren truly as alluring as the legends say? Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm a big enjoyer of a high ceiling song.
Cut through the ranks. Meet just project dust.
I'm buying every ticket to the show. The universe witnessed a miracle. Both my faves.
Sword, heed me.
Bring it on.
Bottle 1. Ooh, 4.5 mil is what they want for this one. Okay, let's go. First off. Yoink. Okay, that one didn't make it to 69. Okay, let's go raid. We can make some more money, potentially. Okay, this one we want... Boom. 4.9 mil. I'm sure they crush.
Gather as one.
Let's do it.
Come get me.
Okay, we're already 50 floors in. I think we got this. I think we wipe the floor with this stinky deer.
Creations.
You damn stinky deer.
Cut through the ranks. May death protect us.
Oh yeah, that's a damn good reason to have Castrus on the field. Yeah, she kind of pog with it. She kind of pog. Hell yeah, big money. Let's see if we can get some big rolls. Okay, we want these nerds out there. And we want our strongest equip. And we go. You can't upgrade character level in Raid. I should have taken care of that earlier.
Made to be broken. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Rewrite destruction with me.
We have made more progress. 5 credits, little raccoon one. Stop saying that. You make me feel like I should be stronger. Stop being such a friggin' goober. Okay, we got one more round of big ulti.
An explosive start.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Cleanse hatred with love.
Baneful cloud scatter.
She was in the middle of doing her attack. Let her do it. Let her do it for me. We got enough for a fatty 10 pull, or a 50 draw, I should say. Let's do it.
Focus on what's ahead. I'll hold off their attacks.
Stop telling me what to do, Dan. You're not my dad. Svarog's the only father. Oh, shit. The Imbibitor Lune and Yanqing. They're bigger than ever. Should I bring them out? This is my best team I could be using right now.
Sword, heed me. I'm going to awaken.
Boot Hill, are you okay? Are you alive? Are you dead? Are you okay? I'm asking, are you alive? How did Boot Hill take so much damage? Anaxagoras is here now. Increase all allies' attacks by 40%. Huge. Absolutely gigantic, in fact. Okay, that's as maxed out as it can be. Easy peasy. How about we commission a custom Dromus mask for this blasphemer? And Nax is gonna love it. He fucking loves blasphemy. Call him Anaxagoras. Which genius is this?
Converge and awaken. Come get me.
Okay, this is going to be the one where we're really going to have to question, will we be able to survive? Let's hope there's some good gachapon in here. Okay, that was pretty good. That could be good. Okay, we're dead. Thank you forever. 27 rolls. What do we get? Little Casterus, little Sparksy. Okay. 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 Hmm. $79. God damn it.
Sword, heed me.
Let's do it.
Gather as one. Humongous creations.
Look good. Great.
Cut through the ranks. May death protect us.
Okay, we seem to be doing better. Everybody seems to be alive. Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. Increase all enemies or allies crit damage. Okay, so having this whole set bonus is pretty huge. This nerd is going berserk, but we're ulting.
Humongous creations.
This might be a huge ult.
Look good.
I'm waiting for Casterus to do fat damage.
May death protect us.
Yep, there's Casterus doing fat damage. Technically, I mean, canonically speaking, she would. She friggin' would.
Sword, heed me.
Bring it on.
What was Cypher's ability? Increase parry rate. Okay, interesting. They call her Cypher. I wonder if she runs so fast that her movements are impossible to decipher. Oh, it could actually be. Kitty General, the Kitty Committee. The Titty Kitty Committee. Oh, we got talent points. We got a new box of dynamite. This might be a scary fight. This one might be a little bit more concerning. Which is why we are going to go using ultimate, increased damage taken by all enemy targets by 30%, lasting for 20 seconds. Deploy at all characters. The leader deals damage. Increased damage. No, I think that's the way to go. That just sounds better for everyone involved. Okay, that's gonna help. We definitely needed a fat uppy. That's gonna help. We needed that. We needed those. We needed this. Okay, huge. Everybody said so. Even still, don't know if it's gonna be enough to keep us going. But nobody is really taking damage yet, so maybe... Perhaps we live? We friggin' live? 79 again, every time. Friggin' every time, chat. I don't know what these rockets are about. Is it because the stream is getting so popular? Level 81, level 79, those are both uppies, and we won! We did it, chat! Like I say, I meant to wrap it up like hours ago, but I kind of want to get through this. Reconnecting. Unidentified signal detected. Connecting IP origin Amphorius, the Eternal Land. Good morning or night, sunny or rainy, in the city or out. Treeby Express delivery guaranteed. But not in the bath. The letter would get all soggy, so you'll have to come out to receive it. Miss Treeby! Little Gray, long time no see. We heard Cass called you, and we missed you too. So we had to dial in. And we're helping Aggie collect the documentary footage while we're at it. I'll introduce you to some old friends. Dex Fatorum. I heard there's a package for me. Oh, I didn't expect to see little Gray Fry here, too. Pardon my manners. How have you been? The Imperator's always going on about heading beyond the sky to find you. I want to hear you sing! Heh. I do perform regularly at banquets around the city these days. If you're interested, pick a good time and we'll come and see for yourself. Treeby is so cute, I want to hear the sea siren sing. That's some crazy connections! They don't even technically exist yet or something. I heard the worlds beyond the sky are rife with worries. Perhaps the sea siren's song can offer you some solace. Speaking of which, where's that little imperator? Haven't seen her in ages. Since 66D's here, I'll try contacting with the imperator now. Let's hope she's still within the World Wound Web coverage. Oh, I was wondering why Dux Gladiorum has reached out. So Dux Primaris is here. It's been a while. Did you get taller? Whoa, little gray. Even if the little imperator doesn't have her flame chase army right now, you've still got to show some respect. Ha 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 ha. Fascinating. You're the only one who can shake things up in my life. Considering worlds at the edge of existence have grown far too dull, I've sat upon the throne of Circes, scaled the topmost eye of Aquila, and even forded the River of Souls in Styxia under the Dux Florium's banner. Perfect timing. You're a visitor from beyond the sky who's seen it all. So tell me, what exciting new things are out there that I haven't heard yet? You could be a travel streamer. Dux Lucens once offered me the same advice and even helped me set up a channel. Named it Royal Mandate Across the Heavens. It's a shame that listening to my subjects' opinions and responding to each one is just too draining. If I couldn't keep it up, so eventually I let it go. Keeping your patience in daily conversations is a talent in itself. Just between us, the little imperator is actually super popular in the World Round Web. As for why? It's because of porn! No matter, even if I can't find a worthy conquest right now, it's always a pleasure to see you again. Let's leave it at that. Time to get back to climbing the giant tree. I'll treat this quiet time as a chance to hone my strength. As for those beyond the sky, I'll let them off the hook for now. Little Imperator's aura is still as commanding as ever. Last time she mentioned her interest in the